The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Looks like it's going alright. It's not as hot as yesterday. So we'll see how it goes. It was hit 34 degrees. Must have been about 30 degrees inside yesterday. Celsius. What's that? 82 Fahrenheit, is it? I can't remember now. Oh, it's got to be more than that. Anyway, yeah, see who joins us. That's the very good 18 Wells here. So I started a wee bit early this time instead of a wee bit late. So I'm not sure if I'll go on till dinner time, but we'll see how it goes. You never know. Should be a good show. Hey, B Baker's here. I see that Cambian's not doing any shows today, so who knows, we might get a few extra people on, huh? In fact, I thought Cambian was going to do a show Friday, but he disappeared. Must be that cabin fever going around again. Or the tummy bug. Cabin tummy bug. Yeah. Yeah, right. Better type up the side comments, see if anyone comes along. 15 minutes typical for emails to be alerted in their trays, I guess. I use a thing called Pop Peeper, and I just add all my email addresses to it, and it just has a different flash up, different colour for each account. It's quite good. I've used it for years. It's like a bit like Outlook Express. Hasn't got all those horrible pastel colours that Windows tried to bring in. It makes it really hard to read. So yeah, so what we're doing today, we're doing a case that was featured on 411 called the Carl Higdons Abduction Account. So I've had a good look over it, probably spent a day looking over stuff. It's really hard to find stuff for old cases though. But there are some red flags in it. So I'll go over that, but I believe the guy is telling the truth, and I'll go over that too, as well. But I don't believe it's an alien abduction, this one. I think it's something a bit more darker to do with the government. But we'll go over the whole story and break down the problems with the so-called evidence. Hey, it's raining. So yeah, I better top up the other comment. We've still only got 2 people. A GUFON will probably get 100. He's still going on that his subs are legit. They're clearly not. They have been bought. I think he only got some below 1,000 views the other day on his live. And he's claiming that he's got 10,000 subs. Yeah. They're not real subs. Pin. I don't know, ufology. So many shills in it. So many dishonest people in it. Alright, there we go. So you got access to my webpage there. There are a few of the older best episodes tab there. There's all the links to all the socials and options that you can pay if you want to help fund the next laptop repair. So yeah, still yet to do that because I'm still waiting for the parts to arrive. So at the moment the machine's a wee bit crippled, and you can see that the temperature is peaking a wee bit still. It is fairly warm today, hotter than we've had it. I think we've now hitting the real summer now. All of GUFON subs were from India, Pakistan and Vietnam. Yeah, I thought he said Indonesia. He said on one live that all these new subs are coming from Malaysia or Indonesia or something like that. And that was a red flag straight away for bought subs, right? Because they should be coming from all different locations. I don't know why people believe him. It's kind of weird. And people donate to him when he's most disgusting person. You know, telling crude jokes. I mean, they're really crude. They're not even funny. I don't know who he's trying to mimic, but someone from the 1950s, I think. You know, he says he's not racist, but he says a racist joke, you know, and Google won't do anything about it because why? I don't know. Money. So I've been getting a lot of my subs now from doing shorts, and the shorts are doing quite well actually. Let's just bring up the thing and have a look before we start. I've got too many tabs on this one. I don't know if I got any free space here. Okay, so if we look at socialblade, that's where you get all your information from, but because Google mucks around with the API, it's not really accurate. It's probably 95% accurate. You can see when they're mucking around with someone's channel, because you can have a look at a channel and all their stats are there, but when you look at mine, for a week I've got like 5 blank spaces where it's not counting the views. So that tells me something's going on with my account. Now, I found out from Nocturnal News that people like Tyler Clockner actually has family or mates that are working inside Google admin. And anyone that attacks him, they can do stuff to their channels. He said, you don't know the half of it. And I've actually got a printed copy of that chat that he was, when he was upset with his cousin Tyler. He was blabbing out all this information. So I was a wee bit skeptical that he was trying to set me up with fake information, but I think it's actually valid because Lions Ground, as you saw when he was doing the debunks on him, that his stats dropped off pretty badly, and same with mine. So we just bring up socialblade. But all we can do is just carry on. You know, it doesn't matter if no one pays me, it doesn't matter if no one watches me, because eventually the stuff is getting watched on alt media sites instead if Google doesn't want to play ball. And if they've got insiders there that got a few hidden switches, I'd love to see Elon Musk buy up Google and then expose all the things they did. That would just be hilarious, and it would prove that we were right all along. So you can type in here my channel to start with. And you can see with the shorts my stats have been pretty good. But without the shorts it's not very good. My last live only got 47 views. Okay. So you can see here since 2016, even though I've been pretty constant what I've been doing, plus I've been doing non-lives half of that time, proper edited videos and documentaries, that have hardly got any views at all. That's because I've been honest the whole time. And you'll see anyone like Into Thin Air that's working now with frauds. He come trolling me on Twitter, which is hilarious. He was trying to say, do you think this is space dust, do you? And he was really cocky. I should show the comments actually. I said it's a mix of things. Well, I'll go over it. But yeah, you can see here one of my shorts got 2,000 views. But it didn't gain any subs. But other shorts, you can see here, got empty blanks. That was about 800 there. And the stats rolled on for the increase in subs in the next day. I think it was about 5 subs I got. You can see there's another one that got 200 and stuff. So yeah, shorts are the way to go. And it does get subs and it does get likes as well. And it's all natural. And you can see here, because the stats are missing, that it's actually gone down a wee bit. So it's not fully accurate, but you can see the subs. Which one's the view actually? Subscribers, yep, I started shooting up again. But we'll see how it goes. It's early days now with the subs. I think Google will be promoting it more now they've got the money rolling out of their bank account to other people. So you can type in GUFON here. Radio, I guess he's still called, isn't he? What did I type wrong? Unfortunately, I only got one eye again. Well, until if I ever get an operation. Okay, maybe he's changed it then. So let's see, Global UFO Network. That sounds like him, doesn't it? Is that his other channel now? Must be his second channel. He's renamed it. I think he got a strike on it because he was doing stuff like was really sexist. It was like what men are really like type videos, right? And he got hit with something. But yeah, let's have a look at his stats. And it's probably scrolled off now. I'm not sure if you can scroll back weeks on this. I don't think you can. But it allows you to look at user videos, and then you can find out which ones are the best viewing ones and all that sort of stuff. But you can see here, this is normal, and then it peaks up here. So what was that? Subscribers? See, that's like a red flag right there, you know. And here it's more natural of his 1,000 views a day, although there are a few peaks here which are abnormal. and you can see here that he's hardly getting any views at all, and you can see now he's being targeted too, because now he's getting blanks in his data. Sometimes I have like 5 of these in my information, but I think maybe Google's onto him now. But they won't delete him because he's still making super chats. So let's have a look at that. See, that's really abnormal. Unless you're on like a million user channel, some big player that's actually got more active viewers than Third Phase has. But yeah, that just sticks out like a thing, and especially with this one here, because these should actually go up together. So he's definitely bought them. Yeah, where was my one again? Let's just have a look. You can see since I've been doing subs, I've been getting peaks with the subscribers, and since they launched, it's gone up here. But you can see here, this is when I started doing the shorts, and you can see it's made a difference. But yeah, let's see how many gaps was in the data. 1, 2. Normally it's about 5 there, which kind of suggests that someone's playing around with my numbers. And those gaps is when I lose subs too. It's like they turn off something, fiddle my account, and then turn it back on. I bet there is someone working in the inside in Google. But anyway, what can you do about it? And so here we got on the side, we've got Gabber. Yeah, I won't open up the side lines yet, because I'm a wee bit worried about the CPU playing up, but we'll just read out the story with another reader, because there's a lot to read. And as I just said, my left eye is all blurry, cataracts, and they won't operate on it because it won't heal because of my immune system problem. Hey Wesley, how's it going? What have we got here? They probably can't understand him, but like I find him funny when he makes mistakes, and he's it's like watching one of those blubbering idiots that you see on TV. Is it like Laurel and Hardy? Is that the name? He reminds me of people like that. Saying happens in gaming. What they do in gaming? Because I'm not really a gamer. If they know admin for the game, they have a word and suspension, do they? I tell you what, it's like a criminal network on YouTube. And Twitch might be similar, I guess, because there is big money there too, isn't there? His backup channel, yeah, that's what I thought it was. But he was banned for 3 months, he said on one live. I didn't clip everything. I don't clip everything anymore, but I got a fairly good memory of these things. And you can see yesterday he kept forgetting what he was meant to be doing at least 3 or 4 times, and in between the breaks he's having a puff of his weed. So I think that's his problem. I think he's got that dementia problem that a lot of regular weed smokers get, right? It's well known. Certain people with certain DNA are more affected by it. How many years ago was it? 3 or 4 years ago, they did a comprehensive study in Australia. Hang on, I've got to get rid of this cable and keep leaning on it. Damage my headset. Okay, so yeah, I just wait to see how many people drop along. Why is that not clicking? Alright. Oh yeah, I want to talk about the spy satellite first, and we'll just go over that. just go down to my channel here on Twitter. And go into notifications. So latest one is 18 wells. But I got into thin air. So let's go down. He's such a cocky guy, this one. Because someone shared my content on shilling. Laugh out loud. Are you too funny? I never once claimed what they are besides anomalies. Isn't that what all fraud channels do, though? You don't get MUFON saying, I don't know, make up your own minds. Don't bother sending this stuff in, because we won't look at it. Get a grip there, bud. I watch and follow Steve also, so nice try. So is Steve in bed with this guy, is he? That's not too good then. So considering he's part of the third phase panel now, and I said, you are on the frauds panel and all your videos on UFOs were pure BS, clearly balloons. Stop selling fantasy and grow some morals. Do I need to do a transcript how you worked things to gain subs from gullible people? So he's another one that carefully words his words, like most of these big fraud channels. I think he's got 53,000 subs, this guy. And all he does is repeats information from other websites on earthquakes mostly. and then starts putting in strange clouds and UFO nonsense. And now he's working with the frauds to promote that side of it, which is badly researched, and he hasn't got any of the video analysis skills, not even the basic ones I have. And the fact that you actually believe that website explanation is even. So I said about NASA's page on it, which was dead right. They justified the reasoning in that article, and it made perfect sense what they said. You know, it followed the normal scientific conclusions, right? My views on that video went up. Well, that's only because GUFON was promoting him. He thinks it's from me. Me would have a negative impact on him. So he thinks it's funny I retweet my own tweets. Now, I've talked about that before. Because of the commentary problem in Twitter. And it makes it really hard to find it. As you can see here, we have to keep clicking things to open it up because it doesn't self-expand. I did for a reason a young'un like you don't understand about Twitter. Classic. So he's trying to have a go at me here because I posted this. Those streaks are no meteors or comets, but small particles like dust that get illuminated by the sun due to activity, not UFOs or large rocks as into thin air seems to say. Using the shill GUFON and third phase of the thing. So I listed the SOHO nascom.nasa website, and I read it out last time, as you remember. So he come trolling, and there was another comment here. You telling me this is a space dust? Now he's trying to get people to actually look at his video here. I know what he's trying to do. I said it's a mix of things. I believe this is a radiation on the CCD sensor. Other objects can be planet CCD smears, dust illuminated, and even a fiber floating inside the camera, and data corrupt. corruption, but you can only put so much in these little tweets, e.g. blocks of black, which they use error correction to rebuild later. Remember, NASA's covering up, they got the block there now, you know those big blocks where they're saying there was cube UFOs like 100 times bigger than the planet Earth, right? So I actually ceded it to Mick West and UFO Scott Brando, but because of the egos those two have, they won't come out and debunk this guy, because they'll just leave it for me to do. But it would be nice to have some backup support from those guys saying, yep, Paul's correct, it's exactly what he said, and what the NASA page said. That would be quite a good thing to have, but yeah, what can you do? It's all a strange lot of people, right? Anyway, he did come knocking. I give him that he's got some balls, but he ain't gonna win. So we have to talk about that to start with, and then we get on to this interesting 1974 case. All the best stuff comes from the past at the moment. It's like the sightings and the UFO sightings have all changed, and I think it's because our technology's improved. So a lot of the sightings that people used to see in the past, experimental military crafts, and of course UFOs, their technology would change. So is that their technology has improved with cloaking and all sorts of things. But we know our technology has definitely improved with that recent car show where they can change the colour of the paint and project even images on it, which is kind of interesting. So it makes you wonder if the military industrial complex is 20 years ahead and probably using the same university research people. So yeah, like laser discs, that comes from NASA research, I believe, in the end. Data storage, NASA maybe. I think there was some sort of military connection there with the laser stuff, but I'll probably have to do some research on that and try and find the information again. But yeah, it's kind of a bit of a laugh, this Chinese thing. But yeah, I better catch up in the side chat. Hey Gabber, don't flood the channel too much. Gabber does one sentence posts, lots of them. I tell him do bigger ones, especially on Discord. That was such a huge jump for GUFON. Yep, it's only $3 for 10,000. Is that all it costs now? Is that from Taiwan or what? I suppose different countries, they don't want the US money is actually worth a lot more to them, I suppose. 10 safe and reliable sites to buy YouTube views. I wouldn't trust a Google search on that though. They have top 10 sites for buying views and subs. There'd probably be a little inside network of people that know the sites they use, right? And which ones you can trust. A book recently came out from Google Insider. They favor MSN. Yeah, well, we knew that because if you do a search, that's all that comes up for the first page or two. Only a selected few channels like Mac Beast. Is that the guy that gives away money, is it? They decide to promote. Yeah, it's pretty sad. I tried to do giving away money, but I did it in a fun way where I would ask questions and people, if they were paying attention in the past lives, I'd say, what did so-and-so, what did I say were the top 3 frauds, right? And and no one got it right. People got 2 out of the 3, but none of them got the full 3. So they're obviously everybody was asleep when they were watching that live stream. I was willing to give away $20 US for that, and no one won it. I was a bit shocked, but rolled it over to the next question, and I didn't get anyone to respond to it, I don't think. Kind of weird. And then I tried to promote it to Indians, and I even created used this service which was free, which would convert any text you type into Indian voice narrating, which was high quality, of course. But it did work. No Indians were interested in making $20. It's kind of weird. There's something that's being blocked on YouTube on my channel for sure. Well, you can't give away money and not get views out of it, because that's better than buying views, right? Actually, the people that are actually benefiting a cash prize, right? Especially over Christmas, New Year. So yeah, I had to give it away. Wasn't working. So maybe Steven should try it. $10 if you can answer these questions, and just takes it from random live shows you did to see if people were paying attention. They call it Heaton. Heaton or Heaton? And they boost the channel. Oh, Heaton. Okay. I tell you, my right eye is even blurry today. I need a pinhole. I didn't put any eye drop in today. I should have done probably. That I get 3,000 to 4,000 roos in China in 3 hours. Yeah, but you got a bigger user base there, and they're so believable in UFOs over there. And you'd expect to get a lot more than that. I would have thought maybe even 100,000 views. So. But yeah, on Google, you got a Google channel. I suppose you only get like 10 views or something. 30 views a week, you reckon? Okay. I thought you would have got a bit more on YouTube than that, because I mind you, you started debunking your own stuff a wee bit, so. But that should give you credibility. You think more people would be subbing to you. Intertheoria, so full of it. He sure is, and he showed it in the comments, didn't he? Where did the guy come from? He seemed to come out of nowhere. It was only promoted on GUFON. That's the only time I ever heard of the guy. And he obviously is going on side chats of other big channels to try and self-promote, isn't he? Because there's no way he would have got 53,000 thing. He started in 2017 though, a year after me. So yeah, what has he done in the past is the question, because this is what happens when I find out big channels, how they got there. I always find there's a wee bit of dirt in the past. You know, even Alien Scientist has dirt in his past where he was promoting some shady stuff, right? He was, I found some old stuff that he used to do was Greer, I think it was. Now he hates Greer because he was conned by him. So, but if you do that stuff, you know, where you're promoting Greer, you're going to build up your channel very quickly. Who else? Lion's Ground. For sure he made CGIs of UFOs. And UFO Proof caught out a couple of them, and I caught out some of them as well. And I found a comment to one person on Lion's Grounds where he said, I made this. And people could argue that maybe his English wasn't very good, but come on. So as soon as I asked him about that, he deleted the comment and went all nasty on me. And he started calling me a stalker and stuff. Who else did that recently? Now he's being nice to GUFON, so why is the question, because GUFON just trashed his video, saying he did a poor job of it, right? So yeah, I just don't trust a lot of these people in ufology. And you always got to check out their background. So if you go back to my first episode, you'll see I've been constant throughout. But if you go back on some of these big channels, you find, he started in 2016, Tyler. But his videos start 3 years after. So where's all the 3 years before gone? That's because a lot of them were stock images that he had photoshopped and edited, right? I think Into Thin Air came around once. He's probably trying to talk about his own show and try and get people to go to it, right? That's generally what happens. But it's a bit hard, sometimes Steve might be talking about something and I'll say, I covered that, if you want to go and have a look. And then I sometimes send him a link to the start of it in that long live show. I don't know if he watches them, but there's a lot of information that I find that he can profit from. Because me's about exposing the lies and fakes out there. So if we can have more people that do that actually wants to work together, opposed to having all these different egos out there, like Mick West and Scott Brando, would get more done, probably. But the thing is, me and Rest had a falling out, because he had Chris Dunnan on, Brian Dunnan. And I looked up his background, and it's even on his Wikipedia, that he got put in jail for $5 million fraud. What he did is he set up like a maps, I think it was like a geo map system, before Google and other platforms started bringing their one up to grade. He had all various maps, I think it was something like that by memory, and he stuck some hidden code on there where it would display an eBay product with his ID. But he didn't just do that, he actually wrote code to make sure it didn't do that in California, where the company is based. And he also made sure that he hadn't already set the cookie on that person's computer more than once, because their security systems would detect some abnormalities. So the FBI investigated them and fined him $800,000 and stuck him in jail for a year, I think it was. But he probably got out on parole with an ankle bracelet, right? But yeah, what happened to the other $4 million is what I want to know. Funded his Skeptoid website probably. And I don't think he writes all the stuff on it. He hires people to do that, right? If you got that kind of money, you just sit back and just hire people to do all the hard work for you. I know a lot. I've been in this field for 7+ years now, and I know a lot about people and who's actually really honest and who's a wee bit dirty and who's a bit of a player in this field. And there's quite a few of those, like Alien Addict has always been a player. He started debunking. He did good debunks. Then he took them down for a while, and then people said, you're working with the frauds. And then he brought it back up again. And then I said, he's on the take, but I can't prove it. And then he did a show saying, I'm on the take, blah blah blah, like he was joking about it. But who knows? Because we know Tyler pays off debunkers. Why do people bother with the sun video bullshit? I don't know. Because it's not a real image. It's not HD video looking at the sun, is it? It's all sorts of other sensors that they build up the image with. It's a bit like the Navy FLIR video. It's exactly the same, isn't it? Different filters. Space is full of debris. Well, yeah, you just have to look up the debris map of the debris they know they can track, but there's debris out there that they obviously it collides and creates more debris that they don't know about, right? And that's another thing that GUFON promotes. It promotes a lot of dodgy people. Mary Hall was one of them. He was showing something from NASA International Space Station feed yesterday, and it didn't look right. You could see it was cropped, and the NASA logo wasn't there. We don't know what the viewpoint of it didn't seem right. So, you know, it's not like they show you the expanded screenshot and then zoom into it, which is normally how you do it. You don't just simply make a video where it's cropped and rotated or whatever, so it looks like the what do you call it, debris, if you want to call it debris, or city lights are moving in the wrong direction. That sort of stuff. Oh man, these guys have got a lot of comments here. Most of the sun stuff is sensor glitches. Some of it is, but there is, like I said, there is actually a fiber that creates a circle object, half circle object that nears the sun, and they say it's a big mothership sucking off energy and all that sort of stuff. But you don't expect Into Thin Air to know that, because he's a newbie. He's feeding off someone else. He's obviously getting some information of people in social media, but they're not NASA, not NASA experts. You know, they're not the ones that are actually running the camera and actually wrote the code for the camera. But they are available on Twitter, because I know Scott Brando has been in contact with some of them in the past. ESA, is it? And he's verified things with them. There's a calculation. What's that? Determine a view. Yeah. The monitor time spent watching each video. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Your day just goes so fast when you're sort of researching, but also if you're trying to keep an eye on what's being promoted as shilling crap out there, there's a lot of time, and your day's gone, and before you know it, you're going to bed at 4 in the morning like me. Anyway, we'll move on to the UFO topics now. So Chinese balloon flies overhead. Let's have a quick look at it. Now, I'm not sure if this is one of the first articles, but apparently the Chinese have come clean saying it was one of theirs, but they said it was a weather station balloon. And it drifted off course. And it looks just like a normal type weather balloon, but it's a bit hard to know how big it was. Maybe it's a super size weather balloon, because the normal weather balloons, let's just bring up a picture of one. Like 7 foot to start with, and then they expand to 32, and once they get a wee bit bigger, they pop. So you just have to type in weather balloon, and you can see the Chinese ones come up already. But if we go to images, hopefully we'll get to see a regular weather balloon. There's one there. Now, normally they have like these weather stations that automatically fill them up and then release them. And they have like a parachute on them. And that's a parachute. And it gets up to a certain altitude, and it has like some release catch here before the balloon pops, and then the parachute opens up. And they have like a triangle platform underneath with a sensor on each of the corners. But this is the Chinese one. Let's have a quick look at it while we're here. So you can see it's not a regular weather balloon. It's certainly got a different payload. It hasn't got string hanging down. It looks like it's got multiple sensors, including cameras on it to me, looking at that. And it looks like it's a lot bigger. So here's our thing with a normal weather balloon. Next to it here, and it's talking about the parachute and the payload. Although I can't zoom right in. And this one here is what GUFON thought was a weather balloon. Years ago, when I corrected his information, this is when he started attacking me, saying I'm a bad debunker and all that. And he had all the wrong information. I got all my stuff from scientific sites where they did tests. I've done 18 years of balloon releasing. Yeah, but balloon technology changes. And even it's changing now, as you can read here, improving weather data. So that's a high altitude one, and it's obviously got some more flexibility in the fabric, right? He said, oh, weather balloons are like 2 stories big. And I said, no, that's high altitude. And then he was saying that Mylar balloons pop at 3,500 feet. We know that's not true, because we're seeing Mylar balloons passing airplanes. But then they're saying it's CGI. He was saying it was CGI. It's not. The pilot couldn't have filmed that on his cell phone. It was CGI. He was saying it on Alien Attic, right? But anyway, I had Sack decast. I don't know if he's on weed or what, that guy, but he was defending GUFON left, right and centre on my side chat. I said, look, he was asked a question and now he's flipped it around, but doesn't change the fact he's still wrong about balloons, because as I just pointed out, you know, and the SAC wasn't listening. He's saying, oh, I had it all wrong. No, I haven't got it wrong. So I can understand why SAC follows GUFON. They've got a common theme. But anyway, close that one down again. I think we've seen enough of them. So what's it saying here? Of course, Biden didn't want to shoot it down. I find that a wee bit strange, and I think it's a wee bit suspect. Surely you could send up a drone and simply harpoon it without popping it somehow, or throw a net over it from a drone. There must be a way you can do it. 4 drones fly up there, drop a net on it, drag it down. You must be able to do it. I just find it really strange that they are unable to shoot it down in fear that all that payload would come crashing down on someone's house. Depends where it was floating though. Was it floating over the desert? I think it's pretty safe, Arizona, to shoot it down. Chinese spy balloon has been flying over the United States for a couple of days. So they've had days to think about it. US officials said on Thursday. It almost sounds like it's a setup to me. I thought maybe this is a setup for World War III or something. That's what was going through my head. And what would be a brazen act just days ahead of planned trip to Beijing by US Secretary of State. Fighter jets were mobilized, but military leaders advised President Joe Biden against shooting the balloon out of the sky. Why, though? That makes no sense whatsoever. The debris could pose a safety threat. Well, surely you could clear people out of the area before you shoot it down, right? And pay for any damages. It's got to be a solution to this. This is just nuts. Now, Chinese can send up lots of these balloons now, and they're not going to shoot them down with bombs hanging off them. The United States took custody of the balloon when it entered custody. What's that even mean? They didn't grab it and bring it down, did they? As far as I know. Entered US had observed it with piloted US military aircraft, one official told. You think they'd be using a drone to keep an eye on it? You know, one of their regular drones with a missile on it. Separately, Canada's Defence Minister said a high-altitude surveillance balloon was detected and was monitoring a potential second incident, without going into further details, adding that it was in frequent contact with the United States. The news initially broke as CIA Director Bill Burns. Isn't it? It almost sounds like that guy from UFO Hunters. His name's like that, isn't it? Let's see, is anything else here? Chinese Foreign Minister spokes said Beijing was verifying the situation. Too late. We got a super bomb the size of a fist that takes out the whole country. China has no intention of violating land, territory. Blinken is expected to travel to China. Is that someone's real name? You Blinken bastard. Next week for a visit agreed to in November. Anyway, there's a picture of it. Safety risk, what a load of crock of shit. Yeah. So now they'll be saying they need a $100 million budget to build a surveillance moon captured system. Guarantee it. Yeah, I'll get on to the main story. So, had a look at this one here. Alien abduction of a Wyoming hunter. Wyoming hunter. First person story of Carl Higdons, October 26, 1974. So, a lot of these things come up for the book. And I was thinking, where's all the free information? And you can see there's not even a free chapter of the book, which I thought was a bit strange. Whereabouts does it say about chapters? You can get the book, it's $10. So whenever I see someone selling something, I'm always a wee bit skeptical. But it was published in 2017. It wasn't published back in the 70s. But did he get paid to be on interviews and stuff? So he would have made some money out of it. But the thing here is that his wife wrote it. So he's here somewhere. Oh, it's got suddenly hot in here and muggy. I might have to turn the fan on. Anyway, moving on. So I did actually find some information on it. This site here sounded like another book called High Strangeness, is it? I'm not sure if that's a book or not, but I found it. It looks like it's 4 pages. Whether it is from a MUFON page or a magazine, I don't know. How can we find out? High Strangeness, you see. Looks like it's 254 pages, wherever it's from. Looks like a clip from some... I wonder if it's from the book. No, it can't be. Not 254. But before we read that one, go through that one, because that one's quite a bit of a grunty read, we have actually got an abbreviation one from UFO Casebook here. Now, he's been featured on 411, and I've got some snapshots from the movie that I'll be going over. Abduction at Medicine Bow. That sounds like an Indian name. National Park. So yeah, it doesn't say too much here, but it's actually got a picture of the so-called bullet, which I believe is the more legit bullet. And I'll show you the missing 411 image, and you can tell it's not the same bullet. So I'll go over that. I wonder if I can get the reader to come up. Let's see. I'll just give it a try, because I'll do a month job of it otherwise with my bad eyes. It might give me a chance to go and put that fan on. Come on, I thought I clicked that. So let's just give it a try. It's quite an interesting story, but it's pretty deep once you get into it. Alright, so let's see. Where's the reader? Up here now. They've changed it.
1974 abduction at Medicine Bow National Park.
Bow. They don't call it bow.
This very interesting case took place in
I
Medicine
think the
Bow
reader got it
National
wrong.
Forest, Wyoming. On October 25, 1974,
Is that
one
loud
Carl
enough?
Higdon was elk hunting in the northern section of the park. As he shot his rifle at an elk nearby, a most bizarre thing happened. The bullet traveled in slow motion, as if he had entered another dimension.
CPU speaking.
It fell some 50 feet away, dropping into the snow-covered landscape. He was able to recover the bullet. He felt a strange sensation over his body. To his utter shock and amazement, he saw a humanoid entity standing nearby. The humanoid was quite tall, at over 6 feet in height. He was clad in a black jumpsuit with a wide belt. The belt was decorated with a 6-pointed star and emblem of yellow.
Seems to glitch.
With straight hair
between
standing out from his
lines.
head, he had no eyebrows. He stood bow-legged, with long arms ending with rod-like appendages instead of hands. The humanoid spoke to Higdon, asking him if he was hungry.
This humanoid with no hands sounds really similar to the Pascagoula case, doesn't it? But they had claws on their hand. But yeah, I wonder if it's related as well. But we'll keep on going.
The entity threw some pills to him, telling him if he took one, he would not have to eat for 4 days. Higdon normally did not take any type of pills, yet he swallowed one of the offerings immediately.
So to me, that's like a red flag right there. You were told as a kid, never take sweets from a stranger. Why would you swallow a drug? Because that's what pills come in, you know, it's drugs. Normally food. Yeah, we know there's pills, even I take pills that can turn off your hunger, turn off your stomach acid. But 1974, would you take pills from a strange alien or a strange person? So to me that was like strange. It didn't make sense. But there may be a reason for it. He may have already been drugged. He may have touched something that had some chemical coating on it, and he was starting to already hallucinate but at that stage, maybe, and his judgment was impaired. You know, who knows? Or maybe he's just embellished something here, where he feels a wee bit foolish, right? Who knows? Back in 60s, they used to be offered pills at party, and people would just swallow them, I suppose. But maybe he comes from that generation, because he was 41, so maybe that's part of it. But anyway, So far, so good.
It was surmised that the entity was smart enough to realize that Higdon may have been hungry, or else he would not have been hunting elk. Soon, the alien pointed toward Higdon, and the next thing he knew, he was enclosed within a transparent apparatus, with a helmet.
So that sounds like a typical horror movie. Oh, I got drugged and woke up in a cell, chained to a wall.
Helmet on. Also present were 2 more humanoids, and the 5 elk he was previously stalking. The elk were in a frozen state. He was told that the aliens were traveling to their home planet, located some 163,000 light-years away. In a flash, they arrived at the distant location. Higdon described the surrounding landscape as being occupied with...
Obviously, this is Ree's condensed version, right? Obviously, there's lots of stuff in between that hasn't been talked about. So we'll just go through them all and see if there's any inconsistencies in all the stories. Hey, it started raining again. Might cool
with
down.
Buildings like the Seattle Space Needle, all lit up by a sun of intense power. The brightness of the atmosphere caused Higdon's eyes to water, along with the aliens. Higdon's next remembrance was being back in Medicine Bow Park. He says that approximately 2.5 hours...
Definitely lots missing there. But anyway, I was a wee bit suspect about this one. This, the write-up, I mean.
2.5 hours had elapsed since his encounter with the humanoid had begun. He was in a hysterical state, cold and disoriented. For a time, he could not locate his truck, finally finding it some 3 miles from where he had left it. It had been stuck in a mud hole, and Higdon was unable to free it from the bog by himself. Using his CB radio, he...
So, why would a truck be moved? Because it seems a strange thing to do for aliens to do that. So maybe there was someone else in the area that saw the truck and maybe thought they would take it. Maybe. So the story is still sort of checks out, I guess.
He summoned help from the local sheriff, who arrived at midnight. Additional help arrived to free the stuck truck. Higdon was found in a state of panic and nervous exhaustion. He was shouting, "They took my elk." He was taken for medical care to a local hospital. His blood work showed he had a highly elevated level of vitamins, probably from the pill he had taken.
Wow, so that could apply to anyone that took multivitamins nowadays, right? So even back then, probably. So yeah, you don't need prescription for them. So they're saying they didn't find any drugs in the system, but there had to be, because he was knocked out, right? As soon as he took the pill and woke up. So yeah. So that means if you look into the science of drug detection, they got certain markers, right? So this means it's an unknown drug. And of course, there's no mention whether he took the pill and he was hungry or not in the interview, as far as I read, because it's very hard. It would be good to get him an interview and actually fill in all the missing gaps, see if he can answer them, you know. Whether he took the pill, was hungry after that point, or what. I think that's a vital piece of information. Don't expect to see it on 411, missing 411.
The most fascinating aspect of his tests was that tuberculosis scars on his lungs were now gone. Further investigation in...
So yeah, we're going to talk about the TV stuff. So that would be like the super most credible physical evidence of the case, right? If that's really true. Oh, what's happening there? What's this one here? Coming up.
Investigation into the details surrounding the bizarre encounter revealed that Higdons' wife, along with 2 other people, had seen a red-green-white flashing light moving in the area.
So, what are those colours used on? Red, green, and white. What comes to mind? Helicopter? Plane? So, back then they didn't have flight radar like we have. So, yeah, seeing distant lights that are flickering. It does sound like military craft or some kind, doesn't it? But anyway, keep on going. So they're saying it's a UFO, but it might be maybe the military were involved or the military were hunting it down. There's a couple possibilities there.
Area of the sighting. The case was investigated by Dr. Leo Sprinkle, Professor of Psychology, University of Wyoming. Also included were Rick Kenyon and Robert Natkees, MUFON field investigators, and Frank Burke, National Star investigator.
MUFON.
B.J. Booth.
MUFON.
Source and references. MUFON.
So we got MUFON people involved, and we got this Dr. Leo Sprinkle, which is meant to be a well-known person in ufology, and investigate a lot of the cases around with some of the other big names out there. What was their names? Leo Sprinkle. If I see what comes up. There he is, I think. So you can see he's involved in a few cases here. Psychology. What's he saying here? If a person describes a UFO experience including abduction by alien beings, out-of-body experience, near-death experience. So it looks like he's offering a service back then. I suppose the ERT team took over from that. Saw some tools. Here we go. Was born 31 August 1930. Okay, Stan Romanek. What else? Anything else there we need to look? Passed away peacefully. There you go. 2021. How old was he then? Quite old. 91? Is that right? Where's the wiki page on him? I didn't see a wiki page. Maybe he's been censored. Let's have a look. Alien abductions. Ronald. Was that him? I don't know. It's going to be a few sprinkles out there, I'd say. What's that one? Psychologist. Where's the link to him though? Anyway, we'll move on. So, yeah, that's the first one. Okay, let's just keep going. So there's a picture of the bullet. So we'll come back to that. Looks like it's peeled backwards on itself. Going around that way. And I actually had talked to a gun expert about the bullet. And he actually was a consultant for, I don't know if you know the movie in New Zealand called, what was it? Sleeping Dogs. You remember that one? He was a consultant for that movie on guns, and there was a lot of guns and explosions in that one. Sleeping dogs. What's happening there? Right. Sleeping dogs. It's actually got a video game. It's going to be a New Zealand movie. There we go. 1977. Still got a 6 out of 10 on it. A New Zealand man recently estranged from his family gets unwittingly caught up in a revolution. I think he ends up in the bush with weapons and stuff. What's that guy's name? Sam Neill. He's been in a few of those. There he is. Who was Bruno? Is it Bruno? What's his name? He's dead now. Why is it not listed here? I think his name was Bruno. He was in a lot of those movies. Pretty sure it was Bruno in it. What's his name? Where's the cast list? They've changed it, have they? Bruno, what's his name? Bruno Lawrence, was it? Mimi's getting maybe mixed up with someone else. I don't know. Let's have a look. Oh no, there we go. You might remember this guy, this one here. Once he lost all his hair, he looked different. Yeah, what happened to him? Did it actually say died in 1995? Was it cancer? He's actually born in England. Didn't know that. Real name David Charles. Okay. Anyway, he was a pretty good actor. Quiet Earth. I didn't think I liked that one too much, the sci-fi. Anyway, and I asked the expert guy on it. He said that's typical of a bullet that hits anything that's sort of soft, like a bark of a tree or animal or water. So I thought, oh right, okay. So how come they had experts that did analyze it and said they don't know how the bullet got into that shape? So I thought, are we looking at the real legit photograph of it, or someone switched it? Because surely other cops would know what bullet shapes look like depending on what they hit. So I was a wee bit suspect on that point there. So we'll cover more on that later. The other question is, how did he manage to pick up the bullets? Because it would have ricocheted off, I would have thought. If it hit something hard, like a UFO or force field, you'd think it would just simply bounce back and end up anywhere in the long grass. So, yeah, it's kind of weird. If the bullet was going along and suddenly stopped, that would make more sense. And then drop to the floor. But they're saying it hit the force field and then dropped. But anyway, we'll just keep on reading. You can see this one's got a lot more detail. Okay, so is that Sprinkle? There he is. Lie detector test he took. X-rays. So we'll just go through that one, Mysterious Universe. This one should be better for a more complete story. Without buying a book. Let's bring it up. So we'll just use a normal reader, see how it goes. You could use the book one, it moves the images and reads a wee bit better. Hunted by aliens, it says here. Well, I suppose if it was captured and taken away, is that really hunted though? Was it set up as a trap? Set up some elk as the bait, and the hunter comes along, and then somehow gets deluded, takes a pill, and goes to sleep, and they take him away. So yeah, let's see how we go. Sounds like
Hunted
Predator.
by aliens, the Higdon ordeal. Alien abduction. Carl Higdon. UFO.
This is a problem of reading a webpage.
By all accounts, 41-year-old oil well driller, husband, and father of 4, Carl Higdon, was not a man prone to flights of fancy, but on the crisp autumn afternoon of October 25, 1974, he had a close encounter with a bizarre being who would not only test the limits of his imagination, but quite literally take him on the ride of his life. Like many Americans in the 1970s, the hard-working Carl Higdon was hit hard by the recession. As food prices crept ever higher, Higdon decided that he would have to hunt in order to feed his family and stock their icebox with enough meat to get them through the harsh Wyoming winter that was just around the corner. It would be during one such expedition that Higdon would go from being the hunter to becoming the hunted. The hunter, the elk, and the alien. The day began like any other. Higdon awoke and was getting ready for his second shift workday at the AM Wells Service Company in Riverton when his telephone rang. After working his way up through the company for the better part of 20 years, Higdon was now the foreman, and therefore it fell to him to take sick calls from his crew. He described the situation. I was all set to leave for work when one of my key men phoned to tell me that he was sick. Realizing that nothing could be accomplished with him at home, I decided to take the day off. Having committed to not going into work, Higdon decided to utilize his unexpectedly free afternoon by using it to hunt for elk. With his plan in place, the oil man packed his gear into his company pickup and began heading towards McCarthy Canyon in nearby Carbon County. It was then that a random act of kindness would forever change his destiny. While cruising toward McCarthy Canyon, Higdon spied a pair of stranded motorists working on their immobile van. The Good Samaritan pulled over and helped them repair their vehicle. During the course of their conversation, the duo revealed that they were also hunters and they knew of a place where there was much more game than Higdon's current destination. Higdon recounted the encounter. I pulled in front of them and helped them. During our chat, they told me the hunting was much better farther back in a remote section of the Medicine Bow National Forest. Higdon thanked his fellow hunters and without delay decided to change his course and begin driving toward the northern region of Medicine Bow National Park.
So you can see here the story is a lot more filled in, right? I'll just shrink that one down again. Did he profit from it? Well, he must have made some money from it, right? Interviews, and only pay you for interviews, like newspapers or TV shows. I'm not sure how many TV shows, if any, that he's been on. It's really hard to find that kind of information because it's not like they had the internet back then that sort of documented everything, and they didn't have like vast ways to store all the data online like we have nowadays. A lot of it's archived newspapers and all that sort of stuff, right? And TV shows back then, they re-wiped the reels and used them over and over again. So yeah, it's not, if this happened today, I'm pretty sure there'd be a lot more done to analyze it all, right? So we're relying on some of the old UFO researchers on this one, doctors, PhDs, and all that sort of business, and of course their opinion on it. Mike, what's this? I see something happening. So if the wife wrote a book in 2017 and selling it on
Michael
Amazon,
King donated £2 through Super Chat.
Yay! Thanks a lot. Yeah, so if they're selling it on all these Amazon and all sorts of other places all over the web, so yeah, how many books? It's hard to know. 100,000 times $10. What's that work out? $1 million. But then you only get like 50% of that, $500,000. I suppose it pays off a mortgage. Yeah. So, but the book's only been written this side of a century, right? So, why? Maybe because they've got older and are sick of telling the story, so they thought they'd write a book about it. I don't know. Did he get paid to do the missing 411 episode? I would say so. And get commissions for every sale. Would people go on a documentary movie and not expect to get paid? Unless you wrote a contract that said that any money you make goes to this particular charity. But then you would say that, though, publicly, wouldn't you? So more people would buy the movie. You'd at least expect Pallades to say that. Oh, right. Not everybody is getting paid. Certain portions going to charity because of the so-and-so in the story, you know. But like I said, it's very hard to find information on this one, but we'll go over it and break it down.
Medicine Bow National Park, which is located just 40 miles south of his home in Rawlings.
Bow.
Higdon arrived at the park in the late afternoon. Once there, he was surprised to bump into an old buddy. Around 4 o'clock, I parked my two-wheel drive on a knoll and pulled out my thermos to pour a cup of coffee. An old friend, Gary Eaton, walked over to where I had stopped and together we surveyed the area. After a few minutes, Gary told me he was going on higher up into the forest. Jokingly, he suggested he might scare down some elk for me. Higdon and his compatriot then separated, at which point the hunter pulled out his brand new Magnum rifle and loaded it with powerful 7mm bullets. Higdon decided to explore an area that was concealed behind a hill and set off, never imagining what would happen next. Higdon walked for a few minutes and then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of movement. It was exactly what it was he had come for, a small herd of elk. Higdon silently raised his heavy rifle, put his eye to the sight and took aim at the largest male. I walked maybe 5 minutes until I came to a rise in the ground. Down below, in a clearing, were 5 elk, huddled closely together. From my vantage point, several hundred yards away, I could see that one of them was a really outstanding animal. I lined him up in my telescopic sight and fired my gun, a Magnum rifle. It can give your shoulder a mean whack if you're not careful. It would be at this moment that Carl Higdons' world would take a decided twist toward the bizarre. Through the looking glass. As soon as Higdon pulled the trigger of his Magnum, he was astounded by the fact that there was no kick back from the rifle. What was even more perplexing was the fact that the detonation was absolutely silent. In fact, according to Higdon, it was as if the entire world had fallen still. As if all of that were not strange enough, for the first time in his life Higdon claimed that he was actually able...
Now, we've had that with past UFO cases too, haven't we? Especially abductees, where this idea that there's actually a connection point to another multiverse where time slows down or seems to change reality. So could that have been happening there? Is possible. We can't prove it either way. So what he was seeing as elk may have been projected from another Earth and another universe in a different time frame. So yeah, and this comes across with this story sounds really similar to the Bigfoot accounts. As you listen to it, you'll see there's some similarities. That's what I thought when I was listening to it.
Claimed that he was actually able to watch as a bullet left the barrel of his rifle and soared forward so slowly that it looked as if we're traveling through a wall of invisible jello. Higdon later swore that he watched the bullet glide about 50 feet before it plummeted to the snow-speckled ground before him. In Higdon's own words.
So, why would the bullet impact? So that one, maybe not the one that he picked up, I don't know. So you can see there's some questions in the story and he's still filling in. If it goes so slowly, it's not going to cause even a little dent on a bullet head, is it? So, and the jello thing sounds really similar to abduction cases where they passed through the window and also talk about it being like jello. So, yeah. And of course, back then, I don't think that kind of information was available known about the jello thing. Unless this has been embellished after the original story. So that's the problem. You probably need the original story, the very first account on video, a bit like the Pascagoula interviews, right? The sheriff recordings. That's really what we want for this particular case, to hear what the story initially was, and because we can't trust what's written in websites.
I couldn't believe my senses.
How's it going?
Instead of a powerful blast, the 7mm bullet left the gun's barrel noiselessly and in slow motion. It floated like a butterfly, finally falling to the ground about 50 feet from where I stood. I was awestruck. I froze. All around me there was a painful silence. Not a chirping bird or the rustling of leaves on nearby trees could be heard. The only sensation I could detect was a tingling feeling which crawled up my spine. This was similar to the feeling you often get before a fierce thunderstorm, when the air is full of static electricity.
Very descriptive.
Still immersed in the eerie, static-charged silence, Higdon cautiously retrieved the bullet and inspected it closely. He immediately noticed that the lead portion of the 7mm had disappeared and only the oddly misshapen case remained. He placed the bullet into his pocket and took a few
So let's just go back on that one again. The bullet thing, there's just something not right here about the bullet thing. I noticed that the lead portion of the 7mm had disappeared and only the oddly misshapen case remained. Well, we just saw an image was definitely the bullet head, right? Not the case. So yeah, this is where I'm sort of getting a wee bit frustrated with this information that we found. I don't know if he's actually got a picture of the bullet in this article even. Doesn't look like it.
Took a few perplexed steps forward. That was when the deathly silence surrounding him was abruptly broken by the sound of a twig snapping. Higdon spun around and was confronted by a sight that he instantly knew was not of this earth.
Okay, so here's what he claims is the alien. Now, I talked about this before. He's got no hands and he's got a spike on it, which is very similar to the Pascagoula case. And the suit here looks like it's all black. Now that reminds me of the Mojo video analysis, where we could clearly see the alien being in the UFO cockpit, whether it was faked or not, with latex and some kid actors that they haven't come forward in 11 years now. Makes the case more solid to me, because normally people originally come out say, yeah, I help him fake it, right? But he said it was like a black skin suit, and that's what it looked like on Mojo's video, which absorbed all the light because it wasn't reflecting any light, and you could see it was like blacker than the actual black bits in the video. But yeah, the antennas on the head, that is a really strange one. And when I looked at this, especially with the suit like this, with the cross things, it reminded me of that crazy fake story of that lady that talked about the Michael Jackson type aliens coming through the wall with the bikey boots on, or what do you call it, mountain boots on. I'm not sure. So has he got boots on? I don't think so. Right, this one he's drawn it like the skin suit goes right over his feet too, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, it looks really human-like then there. So I thought it looks very similar to a thing I used to watch back in the 70s, because this was a 1974 case, and that's all I could see in my head was My Martian Friend. So I thought, very interesting. What does it mean? So let's just bring up some images. You might better remember the series. Oh, my Favorite Martian. I actually got the title wrong, but it's funny how Google found it. You might remember this guy. What was his name? Can't quite read it there, but I remember him quite well on TV as this character. And look, it looks just like him. You know, the skin suit, the antennas out the head. It even looks like him on that image there. Oh, there's probably a better copy of it there. You see what I mean? As soon as I saw that picture, I thought, straight out of the 70s sci-fis. And made me very suspect of this case to start with. And there's a black and white TV thing. Again, he's got a silver suit on here. Now, was it Dean Martin on there, was it? I don't know, what are we looking at there? Oh no. Oh yeah. I think that was meant to be the scientist that helped him out or something. I'm not sure if it was captured, I can't remember it now. I've actually got some episodes on the hard drive here. It's really old. Went from the 1960s and got canned somewhere in the 70s, early 70s, I think. And they started off with black and white, but eventually went colour. So I don't know. Do you see the same as me in that? That's why I brought it up, you see. It looks very similar. But he's got rid of the hands here. And what kind of alien would have no hands? It's very strange. But anyway, where did we get to? We'll just keep on going. So yeah, I'm just bringing up all the things in the story that sort of went red flag to me, but maybe we can still explain it. And I think the drugs. I think because obviously he took drug, right? It has that MK Ultra feel to it, you know. Take this. Did he stumble across some sort of experiment in the bush, or some sort of bait and trap, and they wanted a guinea pig, just a random hunter, to do a drug thing on it and mind control on it? Now we've heard these stories before where the government done sneaky stuff like that. And just implanted this image in his head, you know, as a possibility, because that was what was airing on TV around the time, most popular type of alien, right? No Mr. Grey like up in the corner here. So, yeah. You can see how I'm thinking anyway as I break it down, but hey, Blue Chicken, how's it going? Michael, I haven't fallen asleep tonight. I started early especially for you, so you can last an extra hour. So yeah, just carry on. So there is a ring of truth to modern day accounts is what I'm saying, but there's also the alien doesn't match modern day accounts. It matches the impression in people's heads at the time of what aliens could look like because of the influence of TV. So was he muddling up his memories there because of the drugs, or was it implanted or whatever? Anyway, we'll just keep on going.
Turning to my left, I saw a man standing there. At first I thought he was just another hunter, so I lowered my gun. Then he moved out of the shadows, into the light, and immediately I realized something was terribly wrong. My heart skipped a beat and my knees were shaking so badly I could hardly stand. I thought, hell, I should have stayed in McCarthy Canyon like I'd originally planned. Standing before the trembling hunter was what appeared to be a humanoid being clad in a skin-tight, black, one-piece outfit that Higdon claimed was similar to a wetsuit scuba divers wear. Atop the suit was a pair of harness-like straps that crisscrossed its chest, below which was a metallic belt adorned with a large, yellow, six-pointed star. Beneath the star was an insignia that the outdoorsman could not identify. Higdon described the, at least what he presumed to be, masculine entity in detail. It was definitely a male. The visitor had no detectable ears. His eyes were small.
How can he know it's a male? Did it have a trunk? Did he pack his trunk? I don't know. How does he know it's a male? Even nowadays we don't know what male and female is. It's got really diverse.
Small and lacked eyebrows. The dome of his skull was covered with the coarsest
like
hair
some
imaginable.
Modern people.
It looked as if he had straw growing out of his head. His complexion was very similar to an Oriental's. He was definitely man-like in height. I'd estimate he stood well over 6 feet, and weighed around 180 pounds. This was definitely no ghost. Good Lord, he was flesh and blood. Amen.
So I've talked about this idea of multiverse, and creatures could come into our universe and get pulled back into theirs, or switched. So there might be, DNA might be similar throughout the whole universe, and it gets spread by panspermia, and seeds planets over millions of years. When something explodes and takes out a planet next to the sun, blasts the bits out in a big radius with DNA that can survive extreme temperatures, or be quite cozy inside a hollow bit in the rock. So yeah, the theory there is quite credible. So there could be life on all planets in our solar system, living in the deep depths where there's water, because you'd only need H2O for life. But if there's a thing called multiverses, and there's like overlays of the universes, which I've talked about in past live streams, the science of it all and all that, and how a dimension can connect them, a bit like a Stargate, but not actually a Stargate. But yeah, so it's possible that our DNA is very similar to what's in other universes. That means they could develop the same way we did, but in slightly different variations. So to just rule out that it's a humanoid with antenna, we can't say that it's not actually true as well. Because we know we come from the sea as well and evolved onto the land. It makes sense that in the sea that maybe you had lungs that could breathe water as well as antennas to sense things. So and you might be, your eyesight might not be as good, so the antennas help you move around in the dark, a bit like insects, cockroaches. So yeah, we can't rule it out completely. So here's another picture of him. Kind of looks like scary to me. I don't know who drew that. It's very big for some reason. Looks like something you see on a cartoon. Like, what's that crazy cartoon? It's not South Park one, but the other one. Butthead, is it? Something like that. Straw hair. We can't rule out it being a hybrid as well. But yeah, hybrid with bad teeth. That's scary as hell. And a scraggy neck. Might be 1,000 years old. Yeah, let's keep on going.
Amen.
Come on, Microsoft.
Higdon would go on to depict this creature's oddly upsetting facial features, including a lipless, slit-like mouth that concealed 3 exceptionally large teeth not entirely unlike the notorious fanged humanoids of Khufu on the top and bottom, a pair of antennas and, most alarmingly to Higdon, a face that blended directly into its neck. Higdon continued his disturbing depiction of this alleged alien. Personally, it took getting used to, in order for me to look at him without getting a queasy feeling in the pit of my stomach.
I can understand
No chin
that.
was visible. His face just seemed to blend right into his throat. He had no jawbone.
It doesn't look
Stranger
like that in the
still was
picture.
the fact that this long-armed, bow-legged, jaundice-skinned creature had a pointy, almost drill bit-like appendage sticking out of its
pointy.
wrist where its right hand ought to have been,
That's
and
his
nothing
trunk,
at all on the
guys.
left. At this point, the being slowly approached the terrified Higdon and did something completely unexpected. It asked him, "How you doing?"
Okay, so that is similar to the claw on the Pascagoula case. This one's actually got a spike. Makes you wonder if it's actually a bio robot as well, and the spike would be used for hunting, but like the Predator movie, right? Where he sticks it into the chest to kill him, or the head, straight into the head. Because that having no hands is it's kind of strange. I would have thought maybe he might have webbed fingers or something like that. Comes from a sea planet. But yeah. Uses the spike maybe to pick up a piece of steak to eat it with his giant teeth. You can see how people find it crazy as story, probably one of the most craziest stories out there. And not believe it, of course.
The bewildered hunter admitted that he was trying to stay calm when he weakly responded, "Pretty good." At this point, the ostensible extraterrestrial, like any good host, inquired whether or not Higdon was hungry, but before he could respond, the creature sent a small, clear cellophane package floating toward him.
See, the story's changed now. If you watch the 411 movie, the pills were thrown in the air and floated in front of him, and he just picked one. I think he said that in the interview. So is that a change in the story there? Cellophane. That's a very strange thing to add, right? See, again, that's another red flag for me, but yeah, we'll just keep on going.
He waved a pointed object where his right hand should have been, and it levitated over to me. I opened the packet and found 4 pills inside. He told me, in English, to take one of them. That it would last for days. Now, normally, I don't like taking pills, not even an aspirin, but something happened. It's as if I had no control over my actions.
Yeah,
So I just swallowed one of them, and put the other 3 into my jacket pocket.
So
The great glass elevator.
That line there tells me that he was already under influence of something. And he was in a suggestive state. Now, we know we do have drugs like that even today in the hospital. When I went for my endoscope down the throat to investigate my stomach problems, when I had the gallbladder problem, apparently they gave me a drug, and I don't remember anything after that. But when I woke up, the nurse said, no, you haven't been asleep. You've been fully awake the whole time. And I said, no way. Basically, the drug makes you into a zombie, and they can tell you to do anything they want, and you just do it. It's a bit like being hypnotized. So they can ask you to turn around, not swallow, or swallow without vomiting, of course, because your normal reaction when you got something down your throat is to fight it and vomit and all that sort of business. But they can turn that all off with this suggestive drug, apparently. So yeah, it kind of makes you wonder if who else would get their hands on that particular drug. Hey, the US government. Criminals, anybody really, rapists. The great glass elevator, guys. So this is an interesting one, and this one here kind of reminds me like some of the Bigfoot stories I've heard, where like a glass door appears and opens up, and the Bigfoot walks in or walks out, and then it disappears, and then they get the orbs fly above it. But you can see here, this drawing here, I'm not sure who drew that, looks nothing like his drawing, and it looks more like the Pascagoula thing now, with the way the head's shaped here, and the hands and all that, you know. So this is the problem with all these stories, getting down to the original truth takes a lot of research. So yeah, who knows, we might come back to this, maybe more information someone will find and send my way. And if you do, make sure you post a comment and tag my name so it shows up, because I might miss it otherwise. And we can just add it onto the show. Oh, I didn't know about that. Fat Albert guy may have used that. You reckon? Are you talking about Bill Cosby? Yeah, I think he might have used something like that. I think that's what you mean, Bill Cosby. Playing, what's that? With brother. So all you gamers out there watching a live stream while gaming, how can you do 2 things at once? I don't know. Looks like Gabber's gone. because I didn't open up the chat straight away. But I will open it up at some point if he wants to be on, and anyone else that wants to come on and talk about this case. But yeah, we'll just get through the basics here before we do that. I think Robert was going to pop along, but I'm not sure if he's up, because I think he normally has his mates over today. Drinking party time. You didn't want to say his name. Well, is it a banned word on YouTube? Who cares? Like I said at the beginning of the show, I'm suppressed anyway. It doesn't really matter too much what I do. They get me either way.
The strange, jawless humanoid then introduced himself as also one. That was when Higdons' gaze caught...
Aussie one, that sounds like Gabber Join. Also one. Also. The strangest one, isn't it? Also one. And that's another thing. How does he introduce himself with English language? How did he learn the English language? Or was it telepathic? I don't remember him saying it was telepathic, because normally that's how they get around the language thing. So that's another red flag for me, right? Where did the language come from? But again, you can explain it away with fantasy and say that's just more proof of a multiverse where DNA is very similar throughout the universes, and language formed in the same way. Or they've been studying us for years through a portal and coming here for millions of years or whatever, and watch the humans develop and learn the language. So there's always ways to explain away stuff in this field, right? But what we want is evidence. We want an interview with this so-called alien and ask him all these questions, but it's not going to happen.
Caught a strange box-like object catching the sun's rays in the clearing behind strange creature.
Elevator.
There, not far from us, was a transparent, cube-shaped object resting on the ground. To me it looked like a huge Christmas package.
So it doesn't sound like a normal doorway then. That means it's more squared and rectangle, doesn't it? So those drawings that people are drawing can't be accurate, right? I think on 411 though, the movie, there is a cube and it's a glass box. But didn't have a doorway. So yeah. So we have to look at all the different variations of the story and actually try and work out what are the real bits of the story.
Flat on all sides, like a box. I couldn't see any landing gear or entrance. It was much smaller than any of our commercial or military planes.
So you could say...
In fact, you're going to think I'm crazy.
You could say this is the cube inside a sphere thing that the pilots were seeing, right? You could change this story and connect it with other stories that we're hearing now quite easily like that.
Crazy, but this thing couldn't have been more than 5 feet high, 7 feet long, and 4.5 feet wide.
So they're not really big creatures, yet the creature was 6 foot. So how did he come out the box? So I'm a wee bit confused there again. I need to interview the guy. I wonder if he'll come on. Someone pay him to come on out their channel so we can grill him. He's a pretty old guy now though. I doubt he knows much about computer technology and using a tablet from what I saw in the 411. So yeah, probably never happened, but you think someone like Martin Willis might have some more influence on trying to get an interview with him. Anyway, what's Blue Chicken saying here? Language is like our operating system that may let's see that way may communicate to us with a equivalent of machine code. I don't know. A lot of people have trouble learning English, right? Especially Chinese, I found. They so like their memorizing symbol. Because I used to teach them in class, right? And I said, how did you understand that? She said, it's easy. To me, it looked like Egyptian writing. Yeah, they were learning CAD-CAM, and I was teaching the computer fundamentals of the what they were using. How to become a machine maintainer of the CAD-CAM system. So if they went for a company, they could install it, configure it, and all that sort of stuff. So, but I had to teach the basics, what binary was and how to add binary together and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I had to write up all that notes as well and write the tests. That was a part-time job too. I was doing part-time teaching at $65 an hour. And I was also an IT administrator for one of the largest high schools at the same time. So I was a pretty busy guy, long weeks. So yeah, I was making quite good money back in those days. So I've been rich and now I'm super poor. So that's really extreme money, especially in New Zealand anyway.
Wide. Tiny is the only word I can think of to accurately describe its size.
See, the size difference.
Apparently intrigued by the awe at which Higdon was staring at its ship, the alleged...
So, to me, if it's 5 foot cube, and the alien is 6 foot, that means he's got to duck down to get in and out. But they're going to explain it like a TARDIS, you know, the Doctor Who TARDIS, right? So inside it's massive, but on the outside it looks small. So again, that's from the movies and TV shows of the time, you see. Doctor Who was in the 60s. I think it might even started in the 50s, was it? Who's a Doctor Who fan out there? They would know. I think I got them all on the drive, actually. One day I'll get time to re-watch them all.
Alleged alien gamely asked the hunter, "Do you want to come along?" Higdon, fully aware of the fact that he was in no position to refuse this being any request, lamely shrugged his shoulders in assent. It was at this point that time appeared to leap forward, as Higdon's next recollection was of being inside the cube-like craft.
Yeah, so something strange here on this sentence here. He seemed to have the idea that he would obey a strange alien. That needs to be more explained, I think. Fully aware of the fact that he was in no position to refuse. Why? Was he paralyzed from the drug? You see, that needs more explanation there. Shrugged his shoulders. So it sounds like he can move. Next minute he's on board the ship. Yeah, keep on going.
Craft.
He doesn't say
Before I
ship
was able
there.
to move a muscle, I found myself inside this contraption. It was instantaneous. How I was able to fit inside remains a riddle. They must have shrunk me. That's the only explanation that seems plausible. I wouldn't venture how they accomplished this feat. Also, one just pointed, and we were where he wanted us.
Well, there is another explanation there. See, they got the Doctor Who TARDIS here, but again, to me that's a red flag because it's straight out of the sci-fis at the time. But yeah, the clear box could have been like the machine that connects multiverses, right? So just stepping inside it, you're actually passing through a Stargate, you know, a connection point, and then you ended up inside a building, because in that location they got a building instead, and it goes straight into a building where they've got control panels and the captured animals or whatever. Could be a zoo even. They may have built a zoo there. So they want to use it as a zoo exhibit. That would have made a better story. But this one is it's like a mishmash of sci-fi so far. And again, I think it might be because of the drugs, and somehow his memory got scrambled. You know how they talk about imprinting images in your head when you get abducted, and that's been going on quite a long time, so we can't rule it out. But we'll just keep on going, and we got a lot more stuff to cover still.
After also one loaded his earthly guest into his tiny, perhaps TARDIS-like box, Higdons' mind began to get fuzzy, and he started to panic. My memory fails me, here. I recall my head starting to reel. My hands
like
sweating.
Drugs.
Somehow the pill this fellow gave me must have deadened at least some of my senses. Otherwise I'm positive I would have been crying and perhaps even fainted. I may be strong, but I'm only human. At this point Higdon noticed that all 5 of the elk he had been stalking just moments before were also in the cube behind what he perceived to be an invisible barrier. The hunter marveled at the creature's ability to incapacitate the
Now, how high are elk? They're quite damn big animals. How to get into a 5-foot box? So let's actually look that up. How would they get the elk in there? Average size of elk. Let's have a look. There's a picture of one. Looks like a reindeer. 5 foot tall. Exactly. Can weigh between 700 and 1100 pounds. So yeah. But with the antlers, that's going to add a wee bit of extra height, but you can bend the head down, right? So that would make sense. That sort of fits. Okay, let's just move on. So maybe the box was actually designed for captured animals and not humans.
untamed animals. I'm kind of fuzzy as to how they managed to contain such wild beasts. They were motionless, paralyzed. It would seem that the elk were not the only things paralyzed, because at virtually the same moment as he saw the frozen beasts, Higdon claimed that he became abruptly aware of the fact that he was now sitting in a high-backed bucket seat with what he described as restrictive bands securing his arms and legs.
MK Ultra.
As we took off, I found myself strapped down.
Okay, what do we got here? Okay, so we see this also on Mission 411. This is his original drawing of these bucket seats, but this is different to the one that's on 411. So we'll look at that for comparison after we read it. Now, what's up in the corner? What does it say there? Symbol. Okay. Controls look very 60s buttons, doesn't it? That's another thing that sort of was a red flag for me. It's very sci-fi 50s type stuff. It's not like a laser beam. He wouldn't have known about laser beams. Like they waved their hand over a laser beam or a sensor and it sort of reacted. It's very suspicious again. But that's just the way my mind works. Maybe not all other ufologists out there agree that that all aliens will have advanced machines they fly in, that they still have buttons and pulleys on them. Maybe they're older than us in an older universe, but they figured out how to time travel or whatever, or jump multiverses, but the technology hasn't improved enough beyond buttons and levers. Is it possible? I suppose it sounds a bit like steampunk, right? Where you got a combination of steam and electric. Steampunk. in case people don't know what I mean. Let's see if we can find some images. Steampunk. And they wear all these crazy Victorian wearable machines, goggles, you know. But yeah, these are some cosplay actors, I guess. And some drawings and artwork. I was looking for the machines though. Where's the machines with the buttons? There's a lot of pictures of that, but where's all the machines? Let's see. Steampunk machines. Let's narrow it down. There we go. Steam. Definitely with old dolls. There you go. Look. Some sort of steam engine. That would weigh a lot of weight. But apparently they flew it around in airships, which is possible. And they only knew about hydrogen back then as well. But yeah, coal, steam. It'd have to be big airships though. AI art does some good stuff like that. I think Gabber got some images with that mixed in. Well, let's just keep on going. Before we go, I'll just catch up on the side comments here. Language, yeah. How tall is the front load washing machine? Under 2 foot, I would say, wasn't it? But who can fit into a washing machine? Probably some small person could slide in there, or kid. Animal. I like old sci-fi movies, yeah, but they're a bit more imaginative, right? And the older effects didn't really distract from it, you know. You ever watch the G. Wells Time Machines? Way better than the modernised one. He had levers and little flashy lights on it. It was a good movie. I think I got it actually on DVD on the shelf. I was going to watch Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That was 1977, was it? Alright, we'll just carry on with this strange case.
Down to this seat with my hands held fast to the armrests of the chair. My legs were similarly bound.
See, that kind of sounds like he's been drugged, and it could be his memory played around with. Could be government, could be some strange serial killer even, or I don't know. Who knows? Doesn't have to be aliens. It's just what he remembers, right?
Resisting what must have been an overwhelming urge to panic, Higdon watched in growing horror as another jawless, straw-haired being appeared out of nowhere, at which point he and his genial partner strapped a bizarre, wire-smothered.
So this jawless one's got me as well. You know, there seems to be a lot of red flags for me. If they've got big teeth, that means you're going to have some sort of jaw to open up it to be able to eat the food. How else could you do it? Anyone? Anyone understand that? Is there anything in this world that has a jawless but still has a lot of teeth and eats something? I think even whales, they eat krill, right? They open up their mouth, that's on a jaw. Is there anything out there? Jellyfish? I think it's got some sort of beak, isn't it? I don't know. I suppose it hasn't got a jaw, it's just got a mouth. But maybe jellyfish is about the only thing I can think of. Squid, maybe? Squid is similar. But this creature sounds like a regular human skull, doesn't it? didn't say it had a jellyfish head or octopi head. Anyway, if you find out any other ones that maybe I missed, let me know.
Smothered, football helmet-like device to his head, prompting the hunter to state, "I felt like the monster in an old Frankenstein movie." Higdon then observed a console with 3 dissimilar levers, which also one used to control the craft.
We say levers
The alien
here.
pointed its hand at the longest lever and seemed to move it with it telepathically. It was then that the peculiar, transparent cube that Higdon would later describe as a flying box car took off.
Isn't that similar to the Doctor Who machine inside? He has 3 levers and he pulls one and it goes, if I remember right, in the older series. And then it just fades away.
Also one manipulated the vehicle so that it hovered above Higdon's truck. With a point of his conical hand, the vehicle vanished before his eyes. When we got above the trees, also aimed his arm at my pickup and it disappeared, poof, vanished into thin air.
Yeah, so that could be explained why they returned him with his truck, but wouldn't they keep the truck as a museum exhibit if that's what they're doing? Maybe they felt that he has to find his way back home, so give him his truck back. So we can't really rule that one out. It's possible. But it's his memory, of course. So he's under influence of drugs. So could it be that the military had drugged him and picked up his truck? Was going to take him and the truck away. For some reason, they brought him back. So let's just keep on going.
Air. A world without fish. As if this entire ordeal weren't already quite outlandish enough, Higdon testified that just as suddenly as they left terra firma, he abruptly spied an ominous, planet-like sphere shaped similar to a basketball through the clear floor of the box-like craft, a planet he immediately knew was not Earth. The most memorable sight that Higdon recalled from his impromptu tour of this ostensibly alien world was a colossal tower that loomed above the surface. He would later compare it to Seattle's Space Needle, but unlike its earthbound namesake, this huge, umbrella-like structure was covered in rotating lights that were so blinding that they hurt his eyes. The hunter was also overwhelmed by a sound that he compared to an electric razor buzzing.
Again, that sounds straight out of 1950s sci-fi, doesn't it? A big, huge tower on a planet. If you're a sci-fi watcher, you probably know what I mean. I can't think of any particular movies to come to mind at the moment, but I'm pretty sure we could find some online. That 1984 movie, I think that had some big towers in it, didn't it, as well? What's this? Go for a ride in his truck. Yeah, you figure you'd keep the truck because that would probably be selling for millions of dollars now. For close encounters of the... Oh, here we go. Probe kind. I told you, Gabber and his probes. Anyway, just keep on going. We won't look at the case seriously, though. We don't want to make fun of it. We just need to, see the red flags, but also see how it could be explained away.
All around this tower were revolving patterns of multicolored lights, not unlike powerful spotlights. They were so intense that it was actually painful to keep my eyes open. These lights were so brilliant that I held my hands to my face as a protective shield. I vaguely remember shouting, "Shut them off, they're burning me." I just couldn't tolerate them.
I told you it's a long story.
Rather than comforting their frightened guest, the second drill-handed humanoid merely commented that they had similar problems on our home world, insisting that, "Your sun burns us, too." It was then that the odd craft landed about 150 feet away from the platform at the base of the tower, at which point the second being vanished just as abruptly as it had arrived. Through the transparent walls of the ship,
you'd think we'd see more of these cubes and more witness accounts even today, wouldn't you, if it's like instant transportation. But they might only come once every so many hundreds of years or thousands of years, you know. So yeah, we can't explain that away either, right? So they might come and collect some elk or stuff and take them back and breed them, but maybe something happens. Maybe the something happens to their reproduction, so they have to come back to Earth and grab some more. So there's all sorts of possibilities, right? So we can laugh about it and say, oh yeah, it sounds like a really good made-up story of various merged sci-fis, but when we got drugs involved and memory loss, which he's claimed to had, as we read before, then it changes the whole picture, right? It would be nice if there's multiple witnesses like the Pascagoula one that sort of said the same thing, and a secret recording and all that. So to me, that Pascagoula one's still the most solid case out there by those recordings alone, right? Whether they had some drugs and their memories altered is also a possibility there in that case, right? So carry on.
ship, Higdon saw what he claimed were 5 human beings, dressed in average Earth fashions, talking to one another. The individuals consisted of one brown-haired girl who appeared to be about 11 years old, a blonde girl who was just a few years older, and a teen couple who seemed to be about 17 or 18. The group was rounded out by a man who seemed to be in his 50s.
So what if they got kids there? Are they like from the abducted men and women that they found in the forest over years, made to breed kids? Let's see how they feed them and they grow up. Possible. But we also have people that go missing. A lot of kids go missing. But this sounds like it's always in a remote area, right? But we can't rule out these people were taken from the country, and there's obviously people that go missing in the country all the time. And they just say it's a bear attacking that got dragged off and eaten or whatever. So yeah, we still can't rule that out.
50s, the people seem to be talking to one.
And we got a blonde girl here, and that's like Nordic. So you got to keep that in mind. And he also talked about them looking a bit Asian. Remember they talked about other abduction cases where they claim they did DNA samples, that Australian dude, which I don't believe his story entirely. I'm sort of stuck in the middle on that one. But the DNA come back with, what is it, Mongolian, Asian DNA in it, a mix of that and as well as Nordic blonde DNA in it. Yeah, because they normally can trace it backwards, can't they? But anyway.
Blonde girl who was just a few years older, and a teen couple who seemed to be about 17 or 18. The group was rounded out by a man who seemed to be in his 50s. The people seemed to be talking to one another and did not notice Higdon. Also one, who had so cordially offered Higdon food pills in a ride around the cosmos, did not explain the presence of the other humans, but patiently explained to the anxious oil man that they had touched down on a planet that was 163,000 light miles from Earth.
So let's have a look. What do we got here? Looks like a mushroom. Sketch of impression of the Space Tower. Okay. Yeah. Not one of the best drawings, but kind of strange, isn't it? I don't think we've seen that on any Hoagland moon anomalies or Mars buildings or planets and all that sort of stuff. Barra, what's his name? Mike Barra, and a few other shill heads out there. That's definitely unique. I'll give you that. I don't remember seeing anything like that in sci-fis. But yeah, I didn't watch every sci-fi under the sun because some of them were pretty bad.
Earth. Higdon was quick to elucidate that the creature did not say light years, which to him indicated in no uncertain terms that, to them the passage of time is different than it is to us. Also one escorted Higdon into the dazzling tower. The pair ascended in an elevator, which deposited them into a room where the hunter was instructed to stand on a small platform. Higdon noted that he and the alien never actually walked anywhere, but seemed to be floating just above the ground.
So this is always another red flag for me. How microbes that they almost kill us, right? The viruses and bacteria. You think they would ask him to strip off and shower and maybe, I don't know, keep their distance or be wearing breathing apparatus and all that sort of stuff. That's why the Pascagoula one sounds more correct, because they're wearing all body suits with helmets, right? So this one here is sort of, you have to question some of it. If he said they had like little nose things clipped into their noses and breathe through it, but there's nothing like that, is it? Or some sort of force field. He hasn't said there's a force field around them that sort of separates the air they breathe to what's in the environment. But then, wouldn't he then be inside a sealed container when they're back on their home planet and they'll be out of their suits? You know what I mean?
Ground. While they hovered toward their destination, also one, arbitrarily, or so it seemed, explained that there were no fish on his planet and that these finned critters were one of his people's favorite things about Earth.
Yeah, so why couldn't we farm fish, right? Maybe in 1974 they didn't do it, I don't know. Maybe it's early days to learn how to farm fish and keeping them alive or whatever. So all they need to do is take a couple of, well, maybe a whole batch of salmon and squid and all sorts of things, and replicate the sea and the motions of the waves, and make sure they got the right food and what do they call it? Shrimps and shrill and krill. I mean, is that krill? Shrill. What am I talking about? Krill. I think they're like little shrimps, aren't they? Let's look it up. Krill. I think it's how you spell it. Here you go. Looks like little shrimpies. But they're microscopic, aren't they? Let's see. And maybe you have to type it in. Size. Krill are small, semi-transparent crustaceans like shrimp. About 16 days. I thought they were really small, but maybe the babies. I think whales eat them, don't they? Oh, whale food. There you go, it's come up. Spelled it wrong too. Blue whales eat krill. Tiny shrimp-like. Blah blah blah. I'm sure that huge whales can eat up to 4 tons of krill every day. So that's a lot of shrimp in the sea. I wonder what they taste like. Because you'd think humans would be collecting it too to eat. Maybe they're just too small to be worthwhile. 6 centimeters. It is pretty small, I suppose. I don't know. Yeah, anyway, better move on. So yeah, a wee bit suspect that they have to keep coming to Earth to fish. When they could just simply breed them.
The examination.
If he said that they take a few back and breed them, but they become sterilized because of some sort of cosmic radiation where they're at, that they have to come back and get new ones, but that's not in his story at all. So what do we got coming up here? What's this? Okay, we'll find out in a minute. So what's he got? To the examination. Okay, let's go.
At this point, an odd device that Higdon described as resembling a glassy shield slipped out of the wall and paused in front of the human. The shield was evidently some kind of medical device and scanned the man for almost 5 minutes before it disappeared back into the wall.
Okay, let's have a look
Rejection
at it
is never...
So, looks a bit like a Stargate, doesn't it? Suppose it could be like an X-ray machine. But anyway, that seems plausible.
Never fun, but it's hard to contemplate that Higdon did not consider it to be a stroke of luck when his extraterrestrial tour guide informed him that he was going to return him to the spot where they had first met because the examination had shown that he did not suit their purpose.
Now, we heard that
Higdon,
before, though.
perhaps...
We've had lots of abductees talk about where they've been rejected by alien greys because they've been operated on. And they're not whole anymore. So that kind of makes sense. So, but this come after the Betty Barney Hill case. What other abduction cases were before this one? Anyone know which ones come before that may have had similar stories to this guy at the time? Certainly not. It's not very similar to Betty and Barney Hill's account. But then you can say, well, there's different alien species in the universe or multiverses. So, you can always explain it away. And again, we got no hard evidence. It would be good if the government actually has that hard evidence and actually bring it to us, so we know before we all die, and we can at least say, oh right, more of the universe is now understood, and we're not the only ones alive. It would be good to know. I'm not religious, so I'm not going to freak out or anything. I'm going to probably give a sigh of relief, actually, but I don't think all aliens are going to be bad. Some are going to be good. Some will help us, and some of us will exploit us, take us for food or whatever. So, who knows? Got to remember, back in the early days, there used to be headhunters, and they used to eat their victims for food. So.
Perhaps mercifully, never knew what this potentially nefarious purpose was, but he would later speculate that he thought it had to do with a breeding program. Also, one led the oil man back to the elevator and then down to the main door.
Keep on going.
With the same abruptness that he had felt earlier, Higdon realized that he and his alien companion were now back inside the clear cubicle, this time sans elk. Also, one was admiring the human's rifle and with a tinge of regret admitted that as much as he would like to, he would not be able to keep the primitive weapon as a souvenir.
Hey, Aussie one.
Also, one telepathically handed the rifle back to Higdon, then removed the food pills from his pocket, a fact that dismayed the hunter as it
Speak of the
represented the
devil.
only piece of concrete evidence he had of this weird
There he
event.
is. Aussie one.
Once again the alien pointed at the longest lever. It was then that our intrepid hero suffered another disorienting time jump. Homeward
Time jump
bound.
now. How do I know it's time jump?
Higdon.
Okay. More like space jump. Distance jump. But time still ticks on forward, right? If they had mastered time, that means they could go anywhere forward or anywhere back to collect food as well. And why didn't he see any dinosaurs in the museum or whatever? You know, pet, what do you call it? Dino beaver. Yeah, it's like a fairy beaver that comes from prehistoric times, according to Skinwalker Ranch anyway.
Higdon quickly realized that he was no longer hovering above an alien world, but that his alien comrade and his miraculous cube had seemingly instantaneously transported him back to Earth. He claimed that he saw his truck, which had been inexplicably transported some 5 miles from the glade where it had been parked 2.5 hours before.
So, you know, why did aliens get it wrong in that case? That's another mystery. If this is true, why couldn't they land it back from where they took it, and why did they take it in the first place to scan it back on the home world, dismantle it, and then rejoin it all back together? Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery, isn't it? Still, you can't rule it out. But yeah, why couldn't they return it back to the same spot? What's wrong with their GPS?
The 4. The hunter later considered the situation. Since I was in a state of mental stress, this fact did not have any impact on me until some time later. I know that I could never have driven over that impossible terrain even if I had been physically capable of driving, which I most certainly was not.
So that's physical evidence there, maybe. We got no like video of it. It's not like he had a smartphone to video it and say, look, that's where my truck is, so drop me back. There's no sort of like cameras around in the forest, you know, like those ones they put on trees. What's that called? Tree cams or whatever. So yeah, anything could have happened to that truck. So we just have to believe his story or not, you know.
At this point, the kindly spaceman said to the Earthling,
But I think they went back to the area with the sheriff, didn't they? And saw there was no tyre tracks to it or something. Well, maybe we'll come across that information yet. I don't know. Let's have a look.
Earthling, we'll see you. The foreman was overwhelmed by a floating sensation and without warning found himself standing on the edge of a steep, rocky slope. The loose stones could not support his weight and he suddenly found himself plummeting down the 9-foot decline, severely impacting against the hard ground and injuring his head, neck, and shoulder. Stuck in the mud.
Long story.
The next thing the bewildered father of 4 consciously recalled was staggering nearly 3 miles down an old, dirt road, rifle in hand, freezing and in a state of nearly hysterical amnesia.
Okay, so I guess that's a picture of the road, is it? What happened there? How do I get out of that? Huh? We lost the reader now, have we? What happened there? I clicked on there. It took me away. Let's see. Will it read from there?
Hunted by aliens, the Higdon ordeal.
Ah, damn it. This is a terrible bug in Microsoft Edge, I think. There's a picture we didn't see before. Don't actually see that one either, did we? I didn't pause it. Ah, the bullets. That's the end of a bullet, though. We got down to there for the images. What's that one? That's coming up. Oh no, there's a picture of the tower. Does look very similar. Is it like we have in Auckland? The rotating flying saucer on top. Where did we get to? It's fighting these for scrolling. These browsers, Chrome browsers, they're crap. Okay, so we missed the other image before. There's that one. I'm going to have to open up the door, it's getting so hot in here. Oh, where are we going now? Homeward bound. So if I can click there, will it resume on? Let's have a look.
Homeward bound. Higdon
There we go.
quickly realized that he was no longer hovering above an alien world, but that his alien comrade and his miraculous cube had seemingly instantaneously transported him back to Earth. He claimed that he saw his truck, which had been inexplicably transported some 5 miles from the glade where it had been parked 2.5 hours before. The hunter later considered the situation. Since I was in a state of mental stress, this fact did not have any impact on me until some time later. I know that I could never have driven over that impossible terrain even if I had been physically capable of driving, which I most certainly was not. At this point the kindly spaceman said to the Earthling, "We'll see you." The foreman was overwhelmed by a floating sensation and without warning found himself standing on the edge of a steep, rocky slope. The loose stones could not support his weight and he suddenly found himself plummeting down the 9-foot decline, severely impacting against the hard ground and injuring his head, neck, and shoulder. Stuck in the mud. The next thing the bewildered father of 4 consciously recalled was staggering nearly 3 miles down an old, dirt road, rifle in hand, freezing and in a state of nearly hysterical amnesia. I didn't know what had happened, who I was, or where I was, for that matter. The only thing I could think of was to get out of there as fast as possible and find someone who could help me. Higdon was in such a state of shock that he walked past his pickup without even recognizing it. When he realized that he was utterly alone on the dirt road, he backtracked to the vehicle. There I stood, shivering, eyes filled with tears and not knowing my own identity. I saw a truck parked off the road between some trees and decided to crawl into it for shelter and to keep warm. I didn't realize the truck belonged to me. Huddled and trembling in shock, Higdon was startled by a feminine voice that suddenly crackled over the CB radio. There was a 2-way set under the dashboard, so I picked up the mic and held it close to my mouth. I managed to blurt out that I was sick and lost and desperately in need of assistance.
Okay, I'm back.
When the voice on the other end asked me where I was, I told him I had seen a sign down the road which read, North Boundary National Forest. This didn't seem to be much help, however, as there was absolutely no indication as to what forest the sign was referring to. The posse arrives.
So this is going into a lot more details than you would have on that Missing 411 movie, right? So I'm guessing most of it's from transcript, probably from an interview. Maybe it has a link to the sources where it got it from. Yeah, I didn't realise it's going to be so long, this bit, but you can see It's going to be the most complete story out there, so we might just keep on going with it until we run out of time, pretty much. 4 o'clock already, almost.
A search party led by a local sheriff and accompanied by Higdons' wife Marjorie had a lot of difficulty navigating the backwoods paths with their 4-wheel drive vehicles and were unable to locate the panicky hunter until almost midnight. It was during this arduous trip that Higdons' wife and 2 other deputies claimed to have spied green, red, and white flashing lights in the sky, but they were too far away to discern its true origin.
Plane, helicopter.
Later it would come out that 2 residents of Rawlins, Wyoming, Don and Marlene James, claimed to have observed an unusual radiance in the vicinity of Medicine Bow Forest at the same time that the posse was making its way toward the missing hunter.
Close encounters.
Not long after, the baffled officers were astounded to find Higdons' 2-wheel drive truck bumper deep in a mud-filled sinkhole in the center of a forest ravine that was impenetrable by motor vehicles. In fact, the conditions were so bad that the police were forced to make the final leg of the journey by foot.
Yeah, so does that back up his claims? So here we go. Stuck in mud, is it? That's probably why he had to walk out, though, isn't it? I see this on TV shows all the time, like Mountain Men, right? If you ever watch that show, they're always getting stuck in mud and stuff. Especially with their 4-wheel trucks. Is that solid evidence? It's a wee bit more... Seems more solid than Travis Walton to me, anyway. Certainly, it's a more imaginative story, anyway. But yeah, who knows?
Even more perplexing was
real.
the fact that there were no tire tracks leading into the bog. The sheriff and his men could not comprehend how Higdon had managed to get his pickup stuck there. Judging from the circumstances, it would have had to have been dropped from above. It seemed to defy rational logic.
So how would you be able to do that, though? If you're going to... Surely you'd do an experiment, get another vehicle or the same vehicle and push it along and see what impressions it left and see if the impressions disappear after a day or whatever. Could have been driving it really fast and gone over a little hump somewhere there and it shot the car up in the air so it left no impressions and it went straight into the bog. Like it looked like it had been dropped in, you know what I mean? Like some sort of ramp. It could easily be staged, and to me that's not solid proof, you know. Unfortunately, still, if it was, it'd be like the top story that was told even today, I guess. And this is the solid evidence that proves it wasn't us. Had to be aliens.
Logic. As if things weren't bizarre enough, when they finally managed to pry the still terrified Higdon from the truck, he was shrieking that they took my elk. He even failed to recognize his own wife.
So this sounds like drugs, doesn't it?
Deputies quickly packed the hunter and his wife into one of their vehicles, while the rest the police were confronted with the puzzle of how to get the seemingly impossibly trapped pickup truck out of the bog. Eventually they created a sort of bridge with fallen trees and finally managed to tow the truck from the shallow ravine and down the dirt paths that would have proven impossible to navigate.
So if you reverse that, go over it, put stumps down, drive it into the bog and then remove the stumps. Crime scene staged, right?
Navigate with a 2-wheel drive. Higdon later described the situation. Using towing equipment, I was hauled out. They immediately took me to the nearest hospital, where I was placed under day and night observation. Not until the following evening did I begin to regain my memory and start to recall a few details of my ordeal. A miraculous recovery.
Here we go.
Sheriff's deputies
X-rays.
wasted no time in transporting the frantic hunter and his wife to the Carbon County Memorial Hospital in Rollins, where he was admitted at 2:30 a.m. The doctors on staff noticed that his eyes were extremely bloodshot and that he seemed to be suffering from nervous exhaustion, not to mention the injuries he sustained during his fall into the gully.
So again, this sounds like someone that's been interrogated or brainwashed on drugs. MK Ultra. So yeah, bloodshot eyes. I suppose that does sound like drug related. Doesn't tequila? You drink lots of tequila. It's meant to have some sort of strangeness in it, not just alcohol. Makes you get blood red eyes. I think I used to drink a wee bit of that and have had the one with the worm in. I can't remember what was it called? Mess? Was it mess? Something. I like tequila. I think it went good with ginger ale as well, didn't it? It was kind of spicy. Tequila. How do we spell it? Red eyes. Is it even documented? Who knows? Oh, there you go. First one come up. So it wasn't just me. Bloodshot eyes. Okay, let's have a read of that one. Change in appearance is due to alcohol abuse swelling the tiny blood vessels in the eyes. But why would tequila do it though? Enlarging their appearance and making the eyeball look red. Alcohol abuse, I reckon. I suppose I did drink a wee bit of it when I was a bit younger at parties. Alcohol caused bloodshot eyes. There you go. But I thought there was some other stuff in tequila. I seem to... I never actually got drunk on it though. But yeah, you did get the bloodshot eyes sometimes. Kind of weird. It could be an allergy thing. I never thought about that. But I never had any of those problems. If anything, I felt good the next day. Not hungover like regular booze. So yeah, I don't know. Alcohol. Other chemicals? I don't know. Never thought about researching this before. These include ethanol hexagonate. What's that? What about National Tequila Day? Tequila is a spirit drink obtained from distilling or the fermented musks of cooked agave juices. Is that a cactus? The chemical composition of the beverage is approximately 99% of a mixture of alcohol, ethanol, and water. What additives do they put in tequila? Well, they add worms sometimes, like caterpillars, really. Caramel cullen, oak extract. I thought it had something also from the cactus. Is that cactus? I was told it was cactus. Let's see. Search on the web. I suppose it's not going to use Google. Let's see what happens. Microsoft crap. Yeah, is it using it? Oh, yes. Oh, there we go. It is the type of cactus. Medicine. So why is it used for medicine? So it must have some chemicals in it. There's something we're missing here. Medicine. What can I type? Alright, here we go. Uses, side effects. Sounds like a drug, doesn't it? Root, sap and juice. Constipation, indigestion, flatulence, jaundice, cancer and diarrhea. To promote labour and promote urine production. Okay. Negative effects. Plant causes swelling and redness. Skin sores. See, that's what I think. I think that in tequila is what causes the red eyes, and it's not alcohol. The small blood vessels, rain, swelling of the thing. So that sounds like it's not contracting, it's doing the opposite to alcohol. Anyway, carry on. Bit sidetracked there. It was interesting finding out that stuff though. So could he have taken tequila? Maybe.
Following an extensive series of medical tests, the doctors noticed that despite Higdons' clearly injured and anxious condition, his blood was extraordinarily nutrient and vitamin-rich. Even more peculiar was the fact that in 1958 Higdon had been hospitalized after he came into contact with tuberculosis, and at the time X-rays showed a significant amount of scarring on his lungs.
We'll look at some images of that.
Be that as it may, the X-rays that were taken following his presumably intergalactic expedition in 1974 showed no scar tissue on his lungs, and his Dr. 1R.C. Tongo even noted that some painful kidney stones which had been plaguing the hunter were no longer evident.
So there's actually a typo in that doctor's name. Me and Rob found out by searching the web together. So we'll cover that in a minute. And that made it a bit harder to find information on the doctor that did the so-called examination. And why no one's interviewed him? Where's all the interviews? Where's all the tape recordings? Who's got them? And where are they lurking? Is the MUFON holding onto it or what?
C. Tongo even noted that some painful kidney stones which had been plaguing the hunter were no longer evident. The mystified Dr. Tongo even stated that he's now in a 1 super condition. Despite his new and improved organs, the still petrified oil man remained incoherent throughout the night and, according to most reports, did not manage to reclaim his memories until the following day when his daughter came to visit him. It was then that he regaled his wife, doctors and police officers with his harrowing run-in with Oso 1 and his unnamed co-pilot, and their journey to another world. While it's difficult to imagine...
So, he wasn't too scared to talk about his experience then, right? He could have said, he ran into some guys, got drugged by them, woke up, don't remember anything about what they looked like, he could have made up a big story. So, why did he come up with this one? So, if they didn't publish and go on lots of shows, because there's a lack of interviews everywhere around this time frame, so what did he do it for? Obviously it wasn't for money, so there's got to be what he believed happened. Again, I think it's some sort of drugs and memory loss going on here. And that's what he believed happened.
Difficult to imagine that his rapt audience, consisting of both loved ones and authority figures, were not at least initially skeptical. This did nothing to prevent the deputies from informing the press and local ufologists about Higdon's wild adventure. Marjorie, however, claimed that she never once doubted the sincerity of her husband's strange tale, later telling reporters from the Star Tribune. I believed him because it was him and because I was out there and saw a lot of different things that went on that night.
But she could be on the story if it was fabricated too as well, you know. And so could it be a lot of other people, you know, to make money from it somehow. Maybe people thought it was just too crazy and didn't really pick up the story like they do nowadays. I don't know. It was a strange one. Hey, Michael, he's back. Welcome back then. Finished the game. Yeah, open up the voice. If Gabber wants to come on at some point, let me know. But yeah, not sure. We've got multiple browsers. I haven't tried an additional browser because the browsers use a lot of resources, especially Edge, I think.
Night. Although his innards showed a marked upgrading, Higdons' appetite did not return for days, a fact that he attributed to One's miraculous pills, and he grumbled about sharp pains in the base of his skull and neck, claiming that he felt as if his body had been treated like an accordion. I feel like I'd been pushed together like this.
So, I wonder if they did check that and see if there's any alien implants, right? But we've heard stories of people getting cured by alien visitations, right? But we haven't seen any solid evidence of it, right? Doctors' reports and all that sort of stuff. So his story is still in par of being believable, you know?
That's just the way my muscles feel like they were compressed and then yanked apart. After 3 days of observation, the swiftly recovering outdoorsman was released from the hospital and into the care of his wife and family. The baffling bullet.
Yeah, we gotta come
Within days of her husband's hospitalization, Marjorie discovered the crushed 7mm.
Yeah. So, is it an image of the black and white one? I think it might be, actually, isn't it? Right, now I've got the colour image. But, I might have to come back to that one. Because... should save it, really. And do a side-by-side comparison. It looks nothing like what was on Missing 411. Maybe I should save it. Can we save it? Open image. Save image. Just so we can do a comparison in a minute, hopefully. Yeah, this story is getting near the end. Oh dear. There's a long one. And you'd expect me to read it all out? No way. So we'll stick it in there with the other ones. I think GUFON tried to do this one and he couldn't find any reference to bullets. Well, I found 3 so far that's said to be the bullet. So I think this might be the original image actually, and the 411, when we look at it, I think that is a fake one. Or something's not right there. Unless he's got 2 bullets. So let's carry on. I've got the image now saved, hopefully.
7mm bullet hidden in his canteen patch. Higdon was still at a loss to explain the force which had managed to so thoroughly damage his bullet, so he took the casing to the sheriff's office. According to Higdon,
we don't see the casing.
I'd never seen anything like it before, to compare it to. Soon as I could, I took it to the Carbon County Sheriff's Department, where the officer in charge of ballistics analysis examined it through a microscope. He told me it was from a 7mm Magnum rifle, which is the caliber of my gun. Returning the chunk of metal, he noted that he had never seen a bullet in that shape or condition.
Yeah, I call hogwash on that. He needs to get out more. So let's actually see what images on that particular gun type, because I didn't do that. Search web for that one. Okay, let's see what comes up. Okay, so there we got some comparison rounds, have we? Okay, image. Let's go to the wiki after all. What's that from the wiki? Serum random Magnum. Okay, so does that look like the tip of the bullet that we just looked at? And that's peeled backwards. So let's do a comparison on that. See if it looks the same as on 411, or have they substituted it? Yeah, there's lots to cover still. GIF. I don't like GIF. That stands for JPEG, doesn't it? I'll just call it that. 7mm. Save. Is it going in the right place? I don't know. Was it going safe place? Probably not. I forgot to check. Where was it going? Folder. Yep. It looks like it saved it. Cool. Alright, so what's going on? I hope it's the same one. You can rotate and change it. Mum's changed the shower head, apparently. Anyway, because the other one was spurting out the sides, 20 years old. Okay, let's just carry on.
7mm Magnum rifle, which is the caliber of my gun. Returning the chunk of metal, he noted that he had never seen a bullet in that shape or condition. The sheriff inspected the warped bullet and claimed that he had never seen its equal. He was convinced that it was impossible to hammer the bullet into its existing shape and felt that the bullet had probably not hit a solid object, like a tree or a rock. The copper jacket had been turned inside out and the lead slug was missing. He later wrote, "It looks as if it has been turned inside out by a superhuman being." The Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, APRO, sent metallurgy consultant, Dr. Walter Walker, to inspect the jacket. After a rigorous examination of the object, he testified that it had collided with an exceptionally solid surface with immense force. This assertion is not to be underestimated, as a 7mm bullet travels at such a fantastic rate of speed it would have been well.
Okay, so let's have a look. Here's another image of the bullet. Does that look like the same one? Just a really poor quality image of that color one. Can't see any detail on that, can you? It's just like it's been taken off a printed newspaper, by the looks of it. But again, I don't think, let's just save it. I don't think it looks like anything like what we saw on 411. So I'm really suspicious again. Save image. The fact is, the area where he picked up the bullet, there's going to be other bullets out there from other hunters, right? And they're all going to have similar guns. So how does he know it's his one? You know what I mean? It's all sorts of questions that about this case, where lots of errors and mistakes can happen.
Have been well nigh impossible to track the casing down had it not hit something incredibly hard, much harder than a rock or a tree. In the APRO Bulletin, Volume 23, Number 5, which was published in March 1975, investigators were planning on organizing a search party in order to find the lead slug of the 7mm in the hopes that it might produce additional evidence of what it had impacted against. Quoted from the report, "After the snow melts, an attempt will be made to locate the lead slug from the bullet, and hopefully it will be able to add something to a very puzzling story."
So,
Unfortunately, the search party failed to come to fruition, or if it did, their effort...
oh shit, I gone and clicked on that again. That looks like the same one that's in the article, so that's from the newspaper. So there's a shell casing with the explosive, a lead slug, so there's a top bit, and then there's, yeah, so there's something different about that. How do I get out of this escape? How'd you get out of the soon business? I know if I go back now I'm going to be screwed. Got to be careful clicking. Oh God. If I go back it's going to go wrong. Oh, you piece of crap. Anyway, so parts of 7mm Magnum. I need a breakdown of it. There we go, we've got a picture, that's what we want. Okay, here we go. Give us the damn picture. It was on the wiki. So, what are we looking at on these images? So, we got the detonator, the gunpowder chamber, and what I thought would be the slug that kills. Isn't it? This doesn't leave with this bullet, does it? You know what I mean? Or does this separate into two as well? I don't know, it doesn't make any sense what they're trying to say here. Trying to understand this stuff. There's another picture of one. Does look like that's all part of the same thing though, doesn't it? Where it tapers off. It bucks wind efficiency because of flat shooting nature and relatively terrible recall for big game hunting. I wish they'd have it in parts, you know, broken up, showing us all the parts on an image. But I don't think we got it. We just got dimensions, but no names on it, on the diagram. Can't see anything. And why is there multiple sizes as well? 1962. Neck diameter, base, case length, overall length, primer type. Well, there's a lot of technical thing, but where's the damn images? Damn it. What do we got here? What's that showing us? So it looks to me like there is two parts to it here. There's a head part and a base part. How's that sort of fit into that? It was obviously designed to kill large animals, so it's going to have to ricochet into bits as it goes in, right? Yeah. The bullet's not going to really help us solve this case, I don't think. Again, it could be anybody's bullets that he picked up. So let's see if we can get back to that. Back. Should be back to where we left off, but it's not going to, is it? You scumbag. Okay, let's just see if we can get it to read by doing that again.
Hunted by aliens. The Higdon ordeal.
Doesn't work. Damn. I have to do what I did last time. Right there, is it?
The Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, APRO, sent metallurgy consultant, Dr. Walter Walker, to inspect the jacket. After a rigorous examination of the object, he testified that it had collided with an exceptionally solid surface with immense force. This assertion is not to be underestimated, as a 7mm bullet travels at such a fantastic rate of speed it would have been well nigh impossible to track the casing down had it not hit something incredibly hard, much harder than a rock or a tree. In the APRO Bulletin, Volume 23, Number 5, which was published in March 1975, investigators were planning on organizing a search party in order to find the lead slug of the 7mm in the hopes that it might produce additional evidence of what it had impacted against. Quoted from the report, "After the snow melts, an attempt will be made to locate the lead slug from the bullet, and hopefully it will be able to add something to a very puzzling story." Unfortunately, the search party failed to come to fruition, or if it did, their efforts were met with naught, leaving the mangled bullet casing as the only
So they're saying it's a casing that's mangled, but what we look like definitely looks like the bullet end, doesn't it? What is a lead slug? Let's see what comes up with that one. I thought that's what we were looking at. Shotgun slug is a heavy projectile made of lead, copper, or other metal fired. It's like calling money dough. A slug is actually referring to a single massive projectile that fires from a shotgun. Yeah, but was it called a slug? The purpose of slug is to allow much better penetration due to the kinetic energy of the larger mass. Yeah, I always thought shotgun had little ball bearings in it like that. But obviously they have others. Cylindrical lump. Lead slug. One type of projectile. What did they use? Lead. Well, they've changed the formula over the time, haven't they? Copper, lead. So much to learn about guns. It's not my thing though, but anyway, let's carry on.
Bullet casing as the only physical evidence in support of Higdons' account. Despite the lack of corroborating proof, on October 29, 1974, the
I
Rollins
thought the
Daily Times
casing was
published
called
an
the jacket. The casing. And that's that long bit where all the gunpowder's in. That's how I see it. A mangled casing. They're talking about the casing, so it must be that little bit in between on this particular bullet. So it's very bit confusing, isn't it?
account of Higdons' extraordinary experience, and from there the story spread like wildfire.
Did it?
Enter the hypnotist.
Not many people heard about it.
Like many abductees, or in this case invitee, Higdon claimed to have had only a partial memory of his close encounter of the weird kind. He recalled...
Weird kind. What do we got here? Hypnosis. Okay. Oh, I couldn't look at that thing. Probably make me feel sick.
recalled his bullet hitting the invisible barrier, meeting the alien and entering the clear cubicle with the elk, but after that his recollections became hazy.
I don't know if you ever seen Darren Brown hypnotize people, but almost sounds like he got hypnotized, you know, and told to forget about things, because that's what Darren Brown has proven he can do, right? On various shows, taking people out of audience and stuff. So yeah, something else happened there. Some sort of cover-up, some sort of experiment. Oh, we'll just go out and nab ourselves a few hunters today, do some new LSD drug experiment and see if it kills them. Carry on.
Due to the success their team had had with the method in the past, the APRO investigators suggested that the distressed huntsman undergo hypnotic regression in order to reclaim his lost memories and, hopefully, put himself at ease with the reality of what had happened to him.
We know there's problem
Higdon
with
agreed,
that.
and on November...
We know there's always problem with hypnosis, with suggestion and stuff, right? So, yeah, maybe that wasn't a good thing to do, I think. But anyway...
November 2nd, 1974, APRO consultant and professor of psychology at the University of Wyoming, Dr. R. Leo Sprinkle, spent over 4 hours with the Higdons and their children, discussing what had happened as well as their responses to it. Sprinkle, a trained hypnotist and former UFO skeptic who had allegedly investigated thousands of alien abduction cases and believed that he himself was a victim, was assisted by MUFON field investigators Rick Kenyon and Robert Natkees. Sprinkle employed the classic pendulum technique in order to elicit hidden information from Higdon, but his efforts were met with disappointment.
He's no Darren Brown.
Over 2 weeks later, on November 17th, Sprinkle took another crack at it utilizing alternative hypnotic methods, and this time he was not thwarted. While many modern investigators take an understandably dim view regarding the validity of hypnotic regression, It's important to note that unlike many similar cases, Higdon had a conscious memory of his alien encounter before he was put under. This would seem to lend at least a little credibility to the account that followed.
Does it? It sounded like he was semi-drugged even before he took the big pill, right? So...
Under hypnosis, Higdon was able to recall his trip to OSO-1's home world in minute detail.
Aussie-1.
He revealed to all of those observing the session that the straw-headed alien and its kin were searching for food and used the earth as a sort of game preserve where they came to hunt and fish, not unlike a more amiable, and less anti-human, group of predators.
So that sounds like Predator movie or, Bigfoot's stories. But why just keep coming and hunting? Why not just take some and breed them? So keep coming back to the planet where you could get killed or lost or trapped or, imprisoned by humans.
They also wore their black, skin-tight suits to protect them from the rays of our sun and brought the elk back to their planet for breeding purposes. But whether OSO-1 was referring to a program that is analogous to a game warden ensuring a population of wild animals survives, alien slaughterhouse, or some kind of unimaginable extraterrestrial genetic experiment is, of course, unknowable. According to Higdon, breeding was also the reason why human beings were brought to this alien world. Higdon was under the impression that the aliens had harvested these primarily young humans in order to use them in some kind of propagation program and that he did not suit their purpose due to the fact that in 1965 he had undergone a vasectomy. Maybe this is what they meant when they said, "I wasn't any good." I kind of sensed that they wanted young people.
Where did they take him then?
At the end of their hypnotic session, Sprinkle eased Higdon from his trance with the instruction that he would retain his memories of OSO-1 and their expedition, but would no longer fear said recollections. Later Sprinkle would write in his official report on the case. Although the sighting of a single UFO witness often is difficult to evaluate, the indirect evidence supports the tentative conclusion that Carl Higdon is reporting sincerely the events which he experienced. Hopefully further statements from other persons can be obtained to support the basic statement. The UFO and the polygraph.
Yeah, but, couldn't he be suckered in, Oh, I'll just pretend I'm hypnotized and just repeat the story. It's not... I don't know if he had any sort of brain things attached to his head, so I know he went into a deep sleep or something. I don't know. How'd they do it nowadays? So again, it's a lot more questions than answers. So the polygraph tests, and we know how flawless they are. Look at it. 1974 technology. That was advanced technology back then. And it hasn't changed much over the years, apparently, but obviously the materials they use has improved. Anyway, we'll just have a listen. I don't hold much steam in polygraph tests, same as Travis Walton case. We need to know the list of questions he was asked, because there's ways to answer it. But as people said previously, that he only he believes what happened to him is actually what actually happened. Doesn't mean that's actually what actually happened, because he was drugged. So, yeah, memory implants and all that sort of business. Is that still working? Keep getting this cable in the way because... let me just check. Is the audio still working? Because I did make a little crackle noise then. It looks like it's working. Alright, let's keep on going.
Polygraph test. Higdon, still a nervous wreck about the whole affair, claimed that for weeks following the trip he was followed by a colossal green light in the sky. Some ufologists speculated that it might have been the extraterrestrials keeping a watch on their quarry, much like modern scientists tracking a tagged bear.
See, that doesn't make any sense.
For years later,
They
in
already
September
said he's defective, so why would they want to keep tracking him? You know what I mean? Again, it still sounds like some sort of MK Ultra thing, you know, where they want to see what happens to him, or side effects of the drug or whatever. Would they do illegal research like that and not have any paperwork? Yeah, it should be possible, shouldn't it? Some rogue scientist that got defunded and went out on his own and hired people to capture people and then experiment on them and then sell it to highest bidder to Russia or whatever, China.
Years later, in September of 1978, Higdon was subjected to what was then one of the most advanced polygraph tests available, the PSE, Psychological Stress Evaluator, device.
And
The
not
test
an
was
anal
presided
probe.
over by a technical consultant for LAPD, Dr. Greenberg, and his colleague Dr. Sidney Walter. The scientists ascertained that the former hunter was giving a truthful account of what happened, and Greenberg concluded, "I am forced to admit that something utterly fantastic did happen in this man's life." The test proves it beyond doubt. The evidence.
Here we go.
The evidence in this strange case is circumstantial at best. There are no
Yeah.
corroborating eyewitness who saw anything more significant than a few random lights in the sky, and even the
Ooh,
celebrated
what happened
bullet only shows that it hit something hard. Nevertheless, there are more than a few elements above and beyond Higdon's fascinating sketches regarding this case that have a way of nagging on even the most skeptical of minds.
The TB.
The first thing that comes to mind is, how did the permanent scars on the inside of Higdon's lungs simply vanish without a trace? Investigators claim to have seen before and after X-rays that seem confirm this seemingly miraculous healing process, which left doctors baffled. If this curative process was not instigated by the alien visitor, then what might have been responsible for the cure?
Oh yeah, so we're talking about old technology back in the 70s here. So have we got a before and after since 2017 when the book came out? And did they put them in the book? Because that's really pretty current then. I'm going to see if there's any real scars there. And X-rays are not the only one tool we use now. We use MIR and all sorts of other things. Ultrasonics. So has any of that been done? That could be to make it really solid now. But I've got some information on early X-rays, and I'll cover that next, hopefully. We've got the bullet to go over, and we've got the X-rays to go over. Yeah, it's turned into a long project, this one.
Cure. The
Keep
second,
going.
though harder to verify factor that lends to the credibility of the hunter's account is the state in which his company truck was discovered by his rescuers. If reports are to be believed, then there is simply no way Higdon could have moved the vehicle to the place where it was discovered without the aid of a military helicopter. As to why his other...
I beg to differ. Like I said, you could just lay planks down, drive over the planks, and then dispose of the planks, burn them or whatever, or just hide them, bury them. So yeah, I beg to differ on that. I'd like to see the great Randy go through this whole case and duplicate everything in it. Because he had the mind of a wizard, that guy, and he was able to figure out how people managed to create illusions or fake stuff. But he's dead now.
Otherwise polite host would leave him in such a muddy lurch is a matter of debate.
Yeah, it's
of
very
course,
strange.
there's always the possibility that Higdon made up the whole tale after he got the company truck stuck while playing hooky from work. Perhaps he assumed he would be better off making up a patently outlandish story about alien abduction rather than fess up to having made a mistake while traipsing in the forest when he should have been working. Maybe, but I doubt it. To begin with, his employee called in sick before he decided to pack it in and go hunting. Also, he was the boss.
Yeah, but if there's... again, we need to see more of a lie detector test. It's a shame we haven't got a video of it and the hypnosis like we have with the Pascagoula one. So there's a drawing that he did. Not a really good, clear one. I've got a better one from the movie, I think. What was that one there? That's meant to be him shooting in the opposite direction. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so if it was like a day off work, that seems pretty elaborate and crazy, doesn't it? So I'd rule that out. But if he was doing something illegal, drug selling or something, maybe not so crazy. How many oil workers in America have criminal records? Because I remember seeing a TV show where they had oil rig workers and all of them were ex-convicts. So, yeah, no one's talked about his, whether he had any criminal convictions or whatever. But back in 1974, maybe the oil workers were all pretty normal guys back then. I don't know. I only seen what's on TV.
Bosson almost certainly could have concocted a more reasonable falsehood if he had to.
That's what I just
Lastly,
said.
who in their right mind would subject themselves to the kind of public scrutiny and ridicule that invariably follows a report of this nature?
Correct.
Add to this the undeniable fact that Higdon was well liked and respected by his neighbors, bosses, and co-workers. Not to mention the effort that would have been involved in creating the performance he would have had to put over on his wife and rescue team in the forest, not to mention the nurses, doctors, police and press.
Unless he was hoping that it was going to be picked up as a movie like Travis Walton and make millions of dollars from it. So there is credible red flags there. There's a lot of assumptions, but I think he's telling the truth, because having a watch of some of his interviews and his body language, he's less sketchy than a GUFON, let's put it this way. His eye movements are in the right direction and body language. Anyway, just carry on. That's near the end.
Press in the hospital, and it becomes clear that this working-class Wyoming man was either one of the greatest actors of the 20th century, or very likely the victim of a very bizarre episode.
Which is
Conclusion.
more likely.
So how is
Cool.
it that a case involving a solitary hunter and his, frankly credibility-taxing, tale of a run-in with an intergalactic angler has transformed over the decades into one of the most significant extraterrestrial encounters of the 20th century, even going so far as to be loosely adapted into comic book form, especially considering how most folks would dismiss it as a story that was barely noteworthy?
Alright, so did he make money from that? People are going to ask, right?
Noteworthy enough to make page 3 in the Weekly World News?
And that. Or did he just want attention and fame? Is the other reason people do this kind of crazy stuff? To lie and fake.
That's a difficult question to answer. Perhaps it was the hard-working, straight-shooting Higdon who lent some integrity to the proceedings.
Yeah, he does
The
seem
oil man has
credible.
maintained the veracity of his story throughout his life and is the first to admit that his trip is a difficult pill to swallow even for him. I'd like to think it was just a nightmare, except I know it was real. I've tried to shake my mind clear of all thoughts pertaining to what took place, but frankly that's totally out of the question at this point. Just months after his abduction, Higdon went on to say this about the incident at Medicine Bow Forest. Though I remain apprehensive over the events of last October, I firmly believe the American public is brave enough to accept the truth about such matters. Of course, I wish the whole episode hadn't occurred, but since it did, I don't see any reason to keep it secret. Some folks may think I've gone off my rocker, but anyone who knows me can tell you I'm not making up any of this. People seem to accept it now. I'm being truthful as I can be. This all really happened.
Well, in his mind, I did.
Regardless of whether this was a genuine celestial encounter, an elaborate ruse, or the frightful dream of a man who had taken a nasty spill and was suffering from a concussion, one overwhelming fact remains. If Carl Higdon had it to do all over again, he would not have stopped and helped those strangers fix their van. Instead, he would have continued on to McCarthy Canyon, where he would have never, ever, have met a friendly, jawless, drill-handed alien named Oso-1. Share.
So we'll share that in the side comment since we used it. But yeah, when you watch some of these abduction accounts, a lot of time they pretend to be broke down on the side of the road. So could those two men be part of this whole thing as well? Did they drug him somehow when he was helping them fix machine? Could they be like government MK Ultra agents and then somehow tag him, follow him, and then wait for the drug to kick in and then offer him another pill dressed up as aliens or whatever? It's possible. So can't rule it out. So yeah, Travis is still making money. With all the conferences alone, I estimate, and selling the books, I estimate he's at least making 50,000 US a year still. And he's made millions of dollars off other things, right? Like movies. The full story. It sounds like a full story, this one. But there are missing bits, as I pointed out, as we were working through it. Do we need to read out anymore? I'll just minimize it for now. Anyone that wants to come on the side chat and talk about it, just let me know in the side and we'll arrange it. What was that picture of? I think we skipped through some of them because they're so large, right? Alright, there's the x-ray machine. Look how ancient that is. Could you imagine doing that in the dentist? Apparently, that actually did cause damage to the patients as well. I have actually got some links on it. So, yeah, and we got this article here, which 250 pages of some sort of book, and it talks about the Higdons contact here. Okay, blue chicken. Let's have a look. 5 hours after he had radio his boss. Sounds like the same story, right? So let's just go skim through it. Car, deputy, 3 other men entered the area and several 4-wheel drive. I think that's all the same, isn't it? 2-wheel drive pickup truck. Hayden looked at him blankly and asked, "Why aren't you dressed like the rest of them?" Hayden, a 41-year-old, he's pretty old for a breeding program, isn't it? Oil worker digger. I think that's all the same story, isn't it? So I'm not sure what book this is exactly, but it came up in the search. Yeah, it keeps on going, does it? You can see here's the real name in this one though. Dr. Tonkos, not Tango or Tongo or whatever. Some of the other stories that cut and paste with the typos changes the people's names. It's pretty bad if they don't do a correction. Still up on the web as the wrong information, right? I'm not sure I've got the example. Oh, it was on the last one, Mysterious Universe. You think they would correct that? They had the wrong name. I think there's a couple of other sites also. So is there anything else in this one that we've missed? Because we could spend days on this, I think, reading through all of it. Like Seattle Space, yeah, that sounds similar to the article. We're never in always the shade. Yep, shade, because they get burnt. Sprinkle there. Fired the rifle at the elk and then walked over to retrieve the bullet. Yeah, but it's not quite the same story there. He said it went through like jello and slowed down and fell to the ground. I would have thought. Hit and then fell to the ground. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me, the bullet thing. You'd think it would ricochet off and you'd be impossible to find it. Where did all that energy of the explosion go from the bullet? It said it had no recoil. Two belts across the chest. So it sounds like all the same, doesn't it? It's in a book. Some kind of book here. Just seeing if there's anything that has been missed. But yeah, it's going to boggle your mind going through all this. Stress, PSE there again. Okay, we've got a tape. Looks like. So where's that damn tape? That would be a good one to get to. Has to be out there somewhere. Like I said, GUFON's probably got it locked up. It's only for us to promote. So there's 4 pages there. How do we share that? Maybe people that want to really spend time at it can have a read of that one, see if there's anything that's different, but I don't think there is. So we'll just carry on. UFOs are us. Reddit. Okay, so what we got here? The odd daylight abduction case of Carl Higdon. One of the most strange and yet believable alien abduction stories. So who believes it out there so far? The alien described in the story is very old indeed. Odd indeed, I mean. And old. It's also old. The video tells a completely different story and leaves out. So I'm not sure what video it was because I can't see a video here. Is there? Oh, it's got the mysterious unit thing here, but that had the truck in it. So where's the video they're talking about? Can't see any added link. Unless it's on this guy's one. Oh, right, the video. Here we go. Horrible font. How are you meant to read that? So this guy's saying it leaves out the weird shit described in the article. Alien looked like us, nothing at all about the truck found in middle of the woods stuck in mud. But I love the name of the doctor, Dr. Sprinkle. It's a pretty strange story though. Gotta give him an A for effort and originality. These aliens sound like they might be dimensional based. Yep, definitely sounds like that, doesn't it? Based on a pocket universe style spacecraft. Doctor Who. 2 aliens and 5 elk inside. Read story from witnesses of small orbs, that sounds like Bigfoot, who say that they felt as though someone was inside watching them, even though the orbs are too small to fit someone in. So that's exactly like what they filmed on that Bigfoot series, not Finding Bigfoot, but the Expedition Bigfoot one, where they got serious researchers, not goofballs. But they did actually capture the orbs on film a couple of times, and the Bigfoot seemed to come out of nowhere. I can't believe 8 years ago I never heard of this story before. Okay, so I don't know if there's anything here. I just found this maybe just to read through, see if there's anything that someone's added to the story. You think someone from MUFON or investigator from the past would have added a comment to it 8 years ago, especially. Had forgotten all about alleged abduction. Okay, still nothing really there, is it? So a lot of them say story. They don't really, they're not really sure whether they want to believe it. I hadn't heard it before. So this is super duper advanced species, can levitate, give him magic healing pills, create invisible barriers, but they have to travel back to their home planet to perform a simple health check. Well, he has got a point there, I guess. Well, you couldn't fit it inside. There's too many reindeers. They're multifunctional spaceship and superpowers. I know it sounds like Steve Cambion. Not superpowers. Didn't make it possible for them to immediately scan him while back. So really, that is another red flag, I have to say. The hassle of having him tangle along. So you'd normally scan him first and say reject, release, and catch another one. It makes sense, can't it? And they can't fix reverse what do you call it? Vasectomy. I think they can nowadays, can't they? They can't take some fish with them and breed them on their own planet. Yeah, they can breed elks, but not fish. Because fish farming is complicated, I guess. But granted, maximum thing was just his own suggestion. Yeah, I suppose. Let's say the story is true. Maybe he wasn't unfit for the task because of his maybe they analysed his behaviour, brain, body. Yeah, so I wonder if they'll throw GUFON back if they abducted him. I think they already have. Didn't he say they used to visit him? They threw him back. So, nah. He's defunct. Yeah, that's true. Then I think Carl injects a little too much of his own beliefs to rationalize the agenda. That's a possibility, isn't it? That's what he thinks. The question, was he also religious? That's another question that should be asked. Fun reading, but I find it way more likely that he was insane. He lied for unknown reasons. Someone else lied and made up his story. But then again, we got some solid evidence of the TB, right? So that means there's got to be a few people in on it all, right? To fake the evidence. But it could be proven again by getting a new exam done and actually videotape it all and make a new proper full documentary, and none of this missing 411 useless documentary. Actually do it properly, a proper thing, and finalize it once and for all, I'd say. There you go. You can't repair TB scars. That proves it, that at least some of his story checks out. So people are agreeing with him here. Entirely logical. But how did his truck get stuck in a mud hole? I think we can explain that one. It's more the health things, a bit more tricky. If it is a psychotic break, why isn't there evidence of further episodes? Or medical records, right, I guess. Mental illness, yep. Nice story, but an alien species that has mastered intergalactic travel faster than light. Telepathic power over matter. Surely other features as per the account here. Needs to go down and get elks to breed. Yeah, they had magical like technology powers, but they did not discover genetic engineering. Well, that is pretty advanced, isn't it? So, take DNA and create a living animal out of it. They freeze a bullet in midair, but had to fly gazillion miles only to be let down by the Vex. The genital parts in alien abduction stories is the reoccurring ridiculous part, in my opinion. Yeah, I can see there's a lot of skepticism in that. And what else we got? What's that one? Working on providing public updates. What's he talking about? Chinese spy balloon. Okay, that's it. So there was no useful information on Reddit there. Really, it's just people that were a bit skeptic. What do we got here? Right, so get on to the bullets. Bullets before and after firing. So let's have a look at these ones. So they look very similar to his bullet. And you can see they peeled backwards, exactly the same as his image. So let's have a look at that. I think I might have it here again. There's another UFO account, and I think they get the name wrong too, don't they? But anyway, probably heard enough of those, but we might paste it down the side. So let's have a look at the images. So this is got them all over the place here. Just bring up the first one, just go through the folder here. So that was the TIFF one we sent. So those other bullets that we saw on that webpage look like this bit here, doesn't it? and something was peeled backwards. So they're saying it wasn't the tip bit here, but it was the bit behind it. I don't think it's that big long case, is it? So you can see it looks like it's peeled backwards here. You can see it loops back and bends back down, and there's a bit on the bottom here. And go into the next one. It's a black and white version of it. Again, you can see it bends around, bends backwards, a bit like we see on that web page on all these ones. It doesn't look like a mystery there, does it? Because all those bend backwards after being fired. But they bend in slightly different ways. Copper, lead. That one really bends back there. So yeah, I'm just a bit confused by the bullet thing, saying experts have never seen it before. But maybe back in 1974 they didn't have a lot of images of rounds fired at different things, maybe, I don't know. Keep on going. That's a newspaper article. Life is not the same since I met. And that's the lie detector test on that page. So we need to have a look at lie detectors, I guess. Okay, that's the thumbnails. So this coming up, you can see here's the full name of the doctor. And this comes from now 411 movie, because we can't find it online. And it's really strange. You think if it's in a book, someone would have scanned off the images and have it searchable online, but could only get it from a movie. Definitely looks like the official document, the right name. And you can see the name was spelled wrong in that article that we read out. And you can see here, looks like another photocopy of a letter. So we're just going past that one. Talking about the lungs. Okay, here's, I should come back to it, but I guess that's after. And that's before. But you can see here on the images, how do we know? There's no name on it. How do we know it's of him? Okay. How do we know these are not stock images? Why was his name written across it? This is again from the movie, so it's very suspect. Does it look like the same lungs? I can see there's something there. And something here. But it's higher quality, right? This is why it needs to be redone. And then we got this one here. Looks like maybe it's a recent one. So that one looks like a more modernized one of this one here. From the 70s maybe. And this one looks more like the other one. It's got that bit going that way. Seems to match up. But we can't see any of the scar tissues, the circular lumps. So yeah, that's got the bit going out this way too. Whatever that is, I don't know. It's like we need to have some doctor expert explain, do the x-rays and then explain this is the past one, this is taken from a rescan of the negative or whatever. But yeah, if this is legit, that proves his story, doesn't it? So on this alone, you can't debunk it. But you can see if the doctor was on it. That would be the only possible way, really. And how likely is that? A respectable doctor. I know there are some devious ones that have been caught out on lawsuits. We had one in New Zealand claiming to be qualified surgeon. He had no qualifications whatsoever. I don't know who did the background check, but he was opening up people and people were getting damaged and killed. And he fled. Alright, so here's a picture of his wife and him at the time, 41. We haven't got to the bullets yet. Where's all the bullets? This is his wife now from the movie. I think it says in the corner here. She's the one that wrote the book. And here's him in the interview on the movie. What's that on the chair behind him? Is that like a blanket they put over it when it's really cold? Or just to keep the chair clean from hair gel or something? I know my granddad used to wear olive oil in the hair to keep it a bit like what they now use for, what do you call it? Hair gel, whatever. But you can see he's looking straight at the interviewer. And if we keep on going, he turns away when he's asked a question. And you can see here he's looking down this way throughout the interview, which means he's actually doing memory recall, NLP, right? He doesn't look very happy man, but he does actually laugh when he asks him a question. Alright. Unless he knows all the tricks, you can never rule it out, right? Try and show no emotions, always look this way. But anyway, he did come across as believable in the interview. And of course, this is meant to be the forest. A drone footage of it. But obviously it's going to be different today than it was back then. And here's the bullets. And the bullet looks nothing like that, right? This is the problem I have. That image there on 411 doesn't match what we were seeing in those other images. And who's telling lies? So you can see here now with the empty case, that whole thing is the bullet. So they're talking about the casing being that bit behind the lead projectile bit, the slug. So this thing here took off with that, I guess, how it works. And it hit something and peeled backwards, but here it looks like nothing like the other pictures. Looks like it just got flattened, you know. So which is the raw image? Or are they all the same image, but somehow they just angled it different? This is what he talked about, remember? 5 foot high square glass box, which sounds like a something to put animals or capture people. Oh, I'm in there. No, I must have hit that one, did I? Yeah, so he talks about, well, she talks about the skin tight suits and the no hands but a dagger type thing. And this thing here is not like the story at all. In 411, throws the pills at him and they're just hovering there. Why would you just throw 4 pills and say take one? Wouldn't you just say throw 1 pill and say take the pill? See, again, that doesn't make any sense to me. Or would you throw 4 and say can you swallow all 4? Yeah, so, and then he talks about being inside the craft. Again, I don't know if he approved this for the 411, but it's nothing like his drawing of the square box of the deer inside it. It's kind of, fantasy again. So where's the seats? Here? Is that the seats around the deer? Where's the control panel there? See? I think that's just bullshit, this movie. But now she's got his notebook that he drew after the event. And she's pointing to it here. You can see it's very similar to what we see the renderings with. Do we see the antennas? Yep, we've got the antennas. Got a belt buckle or something hanging off it, and he's drawing the control panel here of the ship. But here's another image where he's asked another question. You can see he's definitely looking in the right direction for memory recall, right? I think he was telling the truth, just looking at the interview, but unfortunately we can't play it because of copyright. Anyway, here's the drawing of the control panel of the levers, which we're seeing on the other information. And there was a symbol up there. And the square box. But where's the reindeer? Or the elk or whatever. How does that fit in? Just keep on going. And of course we've got Leo Sprinkle. So that's in the thing. Looks like a newspaper clipping. And what's this? Letter from Sprinkle, was it? This was in the movie too. Yeah, there we go. PhD, director, cancelling. Yeah, so maybe you can read it, I don't know. They didn't zoom in on the movie very well. Higher, something rather, acute, on the experimenting scale. Lower school on the scale, entitled something rather. Maybe these guys can work it out, I don't know. What's that? There's a lot of underline there. Scale, look good. So that was lie detector test, I guess. Talking about scores. In general, the results look good. The pattern of personality scores, and I guess that's psychological test, and what's that rest of the word say? Something interest. Can't quite make it out. Fit the way you believe yourself and the way you view yourself. So he believes his account, blah blah, but doesn't prove the story, right? It's funny how it gets better when you're about there. But it looks better there, but I can't read it. Can I zoom in that way? Yeah, it looks worse again. Looks like we're getting some writing on the backside or watermark. I don't know. But anyway, that was from the movie. What was this one? Polygraph test. Again, I think that was just a stock image. And again, this was acted of him being hypnotized with a list of questions, I guess. And then Pallades tries to connect it to another person that goes missing in the same area. 2019, is it? 2019? 2019? In the same area. Medicine Bow. Is it the same area though? It's in the same region. Almost 6 foot. Well, 5'8", I suppose that's average, isn't it? Last seen wearing a light camo sleeve. So he's saying they come back and took him instead. Why did it wait so long? See, that's why I don't like the 411. He was making connections that didn't really make any sense, but MUFON did actually talk about this case in the same area on the movie, the director or wherever he was. Right, have we got any more? No. Oh yes we have. Okay, the bullets. I was almost ready to close it. That was the end of the segment. Oh, there's the guy that goes missing. So here's again the bullet. Does it look like anything that was on Pallades there? You tell me. Now, the expert I asked you said this image was definitely from an older caliber one, and he reckons the Pallades ones looks more from a modern thing. But then again, we've looked at images online, and to me it looks very similar. But I think he hadn't read all the information properly, so I can't really rely on him. I guess we'd have to look at the old round to the modern one. So let's see if we can find something on that. What would be a new modern round? AR-15. 15 bullet. Let's have a look at that one. When was that invented? Okay. Looks very similar to a old rifle. Let's see. So 1994 is it? When was it first invented? Alright. What's this one say here? Colt AR-15 expired in 1977. So when was this made though? Colt AR-15 and some derivatives in US 1994 to 2004, although it did not affect rifles with fewer. After the term modern sporting rifles was coined in 2009, that's what we want, a fire round from one of those. 2010, AR-15 style become one of the most beloved and most assault rifle. Yeah, we hear that on mainstream media, don't we? actually stands for Armor Light Rifle. Whatever that means. So pretty bit under 2009. So obviously knock them out now, manufacture them now, but it's still an old design. Is that what they're saying? So yeah, it's all a bit confusing to me. And we didn't get any rounds. Let's have a look. I want a modern round. Maybe I have to put modern bullets. Yeah, it looks the same, doesn't it? AR-15 looks identical. You see what I mean? How can you tell whether it's more modern or not? So maybe Pilatus one could be anything, couldn't it? And of course it didn't have any writing on the screen, right? So we got that from 7mm page. Looks exactly like that one there. What's the difference? Nothing, right? So I can see this has got copper here and it's got a little lead tip. This has got something else going on here. It's a really sharp tip. That's really rounded tip there, isn't it? That's got a pointy tip. That's going to penetrate a lot better, I would have thought. So this is why the bullet's not really going to help us unless it had embedded some isotope that's not on the planet. It's just a misleading thing, really. Modern bullet, let's just try that. Looks like we might have to become bullet experts. So looks more shiny and different colours. That's about the only thing. State of modern solid bullets. And look, another picture. That looks like those other ones we were looking at where it peels backwards. And that looks like that case in there. So how does it work? Does that separate? Kill the animal? And then the rest of it just bends open? Causes more damage? I don't know. Is that like too... Doesn't make any sense. Would be good if we could get a gun expert on to explain it all. I guess there'll be a few hunters out there. So I can understand why the cop would say to go back to the shows one. Where is it? How would it get in that mess there? Well, the other ones would make sense because we got examples. But how would it get like it's sort of unrolled in every direction? So, but why we got pictures that don't look like that? You see, that's got to be a red flag for me. Looks like we're going to run out of time. I'd better keep on going. We're getting there. So they said that's from his bullet. It doesn't even look. It looks like the peeled back one, like they were talking about, but it doesn't look like anything Pallades had. Someone's BSing somewhere. Right. Oh, did we go through all of them now? Looks like it. Okay, let's move on. So, body language wise, I think he's telling the truth. The TB x-rays, the bullet, we can't really, it's not going to help us. And the TB thing is the next thing to look at, really. Complicated stuff, isn't it? So, and that's on Reddit of all things. But yeah, they all look the same. So a cop would know what a bullet looks like. So it's got to be something different there. Oh look, Gabber Beast is around again. Do you want to come on voice? Could try put it up now, I guess. Bullets. Examples. Let's just try the voice. You can come on. We've got what, half an hour left. Honestly, I didn't think it'd go on this long, but you can see to do it justice, it needs to look at everything. Yeah, free for all. There it goes. Let's see if the computer can handle it. We've got the aircon on now, so it should be right. It's probably getting a wee bit too cold in here now, so it should be alright. Ah, you're not there. Okay, I'll just leave it up though. So, onto the x-rays, I guess. Okay, was there anything on this one that was anything different? There's quite a lot of stuff here as well, you see. The bullet floated like a butterfly. It's not what we read. Passed through like jelly. You see what I mean? The stories, I don't know if they get embellished or changed from one person to the next. The pills, again, floated across in a clear container. Maybe they mean the pills. Humanoids. The transparent cube, so they got that one right. Planet that's 163,000 light miles from Earth. But he didn't actually say that though, did he? In the other part of it? Light miles. Because I think they said in another article I read that they didn't use light years. And they wouldn't know what a mile was. That's American standard. Why is it not light kilometers? You know, again, to me that's just like another red flag. So where's all that coming from? He could feel that the craft was lifting off, so it had inertia. So it's not like an instant doorway thing. So maybe it lifts off and then it goes into the interdimension portal. But then would you yeah, I suppose you could say, I wonder what it looked like on a map if we plotted it. Is he playing a game? Voice is up now. Did I mistype it? Let's see, can we actually find out? 160, how would you convert light miles? Let's see, what is a light mile, because that sounds like something pulled out someone's ass, eh? We normally say light year. Light miles. See, come up light year. How far away is 1 light year in miles? Quite a lot, I'd say. There we go. 186,000 miles. That makes sense, because that's the speed of light, isn't it? So now you've got to multiply that by 163. What was it? 160. Let's do that. So I guess that's what I mean. A light mile is that number there, times 163,000 of them. That's going to be a big number. There we go. What's that number? Hey, I heard Gabber Join. 1, 2, 3. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9. So that's 20, almost 30 billion miles away, is it? Have I got too few digits? Let's have a look. 6, 9. That's billion, isn't it? So that's almost 30 billion light year, billion miles. So how do we plot that from Earth to I don't know. What does 30 billion miles from Earth look like? It'd be funny if it comes up. That would be really handy. Amazing photo shows likely planet only 1,200 light years away, and we're talking about 160,000. So that's really close. But what's 30 billion miles from Earth look like? Is there any way we can measure that? It's got to be a few galaxies away, isn't it? Can we measure it on Google Earth, maybe? No.
Google Earth doesn't know 30 billion light years away.
No, miles. We're talking about real miles. I calculate it into real miles. Let's see. We could ask another question. How many miles, if I can see, how many miles is let's see, what galaxy are we going to call? Andromeda, is it? Andromeda galaxy. Okay, let's see. We'll try that one. 3.537 million light years. So that's even more than 160,000, isn't it? That's a long way away. So 30 billion miles would have to be in our own galaxy then, in that case, wouldn't it? So let's see. How many miles is Milky Way across? I suppose they wouldn't be able to measure that, wouldn't they? Okay. How many miles is Milky Way across? Looks like someone's asked that question before. Approximately the diameter is 115 million miles. So that's not even billion. So it's not in our Milky Way, is it? So that means it's got to be like How many Milky Ways would fit in billion then? Let's just do a calculation. How many Milky Ways across is it? 30 billion. Oh, how can we do it? 9 zeros. I don't want to do it up there. 30 0. Come on, Paul. I can do it this way. 30, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, divided by, say, 15, rounded up, million. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 million. That's it, isn't it? So how many Milky Ways fit in it? Quite a lot. 2,000 Milky Ways distance away from us.
That's not many.
That's not many. Sounds like a lot to me.
There's tens of billions of galaxies. 2,000 is nothing.
Yeah, but we're saying 2,000 galaxies away, basically, right?
That's not far away. It's next door.
Right. Anyway, I don't think anyone's actually done that calculation before, but there you go. Out there channel has. So let's get on to the X-rays. I think that's coming up. I think we got an interview here.
Do you think he's legit or not? Do you think he's legit or not?
I think he believes what he's saying in the interview, but I think his memory has been compromised somehow. And that could easily be related to cattle mutilations, right? Where they're collecting samples from the wild and he stumbled across it. So they tranquilized him. Maybe a blow dart in the back of the neck, who knows? Or something they had that he walked through.
So they went to the trouble of implanting false memories of visiting aliens and going to another planet just because he stumbled across a cattle mutilation, but he saw elk. That seems like a lot of trouble just for a cattle mutilation. And there's no cattle in the forest, it's elk.
No.
Cattle
What I'm saying is they might have thought, oh, well, we've got opportunity here. He stumbled across the scene.
Cattle are in meadows, but cattle are in meadows.
This is a good opportunity to test out our mind control drugs on him to see if they work. Because now we've got a...
That's some good rabbit hole. That's a good rabbit hole you're in. Yeah.
Yes, this field is full of those damn rabbit holes.
I don't know if your story is legit. It's got some weird things in it that are very questionable, but
yeah.
The alien.
Well, the other
like
possibility,
from the TV show with a pointy hand and
yeah, but there's another possibility, right? It might be real aliens, like alien greys, but they drugged him and used his memories from TV shows to replace their head with what he sees as aliens from TV.
Maybe the Greys put false memory inside his head so that he wouldn't remember what the Greys did to him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. And they cured him, right? Which basically happened to me, right? The back pain that I had was... crippling life, and getting rid of it was like life changing at the time. So
yeah, but they wanted his genetics, but he had a vasectomy and he was sterile, so he was no good for breeding, so they sent him back.
Yeah, but that can be reversed even today, I believe, because people get divorced after having it, right? And then they want to have kids with a new wife. I've heard stories of it anyway, but evidence of a breeding program. See, it does sound sci-fi, doesn't it? You know, it's a tricky one.
No alien story is going to sound like a normal story. Ever.
And on the interview, he says he didn't care if people believed it or not. It happened, and take it or leave it, you know.
Maybe it did happen. It's a difficult one to call.
Yeah, like I said, I think he's being honest about it, but I think they altered his memory somehow. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe. Maybe this really happened. It's all his memory.
Yeah, so there's another one, but I don't think there was anything. There is slight difference in this one even. So let's post that one. Third account. So you always got to take the average of all the things you read. Eventually you get the full story. It's a good story. I like this one. But people will laugh at it. And have doubts about it, like I did as I was working through it, right? And why would it happen? As reason, so we could counteract the claims.
They
with
took
the
his
rabbit
elk.
holes.
They took his elk.
Yeah, he's actually saying in the missing 411 that the wife was saying he was like in his own world, and he was looking out the car window at the sky saying they took my elk. That sounds to me like some sort of mental drama, brainwashing, that sort of thing.
No, the aliens took his elk. He's just telling the truth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, let's get on to the next bit. Well, here's the interview with the people on that show, but I don't know if we can use it. But it's on that link I just sent as well.
Why? Eyes on Cinema used it. It's not their property. All the stuff on Eyes on Cinema he's borrowed from somewhere else. So it's not like it's his property. It's not his copyright.
Yeah, you know what Google's like though. Or we can just play clips and pause, I guess. Here we go.
Cubicle we were in, and I hadn't figured out how we
He's on his
all fit
deathbed.
in that
He's still saying the
little
same
cube.
story.
I'm not sure. Is that a cat on his lap? It's like you. You always got something on your lap.
My cat won't sit on my lap.
Is that a cat? Or is it a dog? Or what's going on
Dog.
here?
But the elk were alive at the time,
Yes,
No, it's a cat.
so that's probably why
they
they
were
didn't.
alive.
Are you sure? It could be a little dog.
It's a cat.
They wanted to
Cat
keep
is.
them alive. That's why they didn't let the bullet hit them.
Well, I guess
Uh-huh.
I don't.
You also saw people in there, humans, right? That you saw other human beings
Yeah.
in there.
Oh,
No, it's a dog.
There was a man and 3 or 4 kids. They were standing.
Okay, we've heard that on the story. It looks like there's only
Where were,
a clip.
where were the kids in the
so.
UFO?
Outside of this deal we went into. When we come out, they looked like
They
humans.
kidnapped
so
some kids as well.
I don't know.
Yeah, apparently. That's why
Well,
missing
millions of
401.
people-
That's why missing 401 took up this particular case, saying that these aliens were abducting people for centuries. Why they keep coming back hunting, I don't know, but maybe get more DNA
They won our
range. I don't know.
genetics. They won our genetics and our DNA.
How many people do you need to abduct for a genetic program where you get variations?
Millions. Millions.
That's only your say.
Know what they were doing there, but they were talking amongst themselves like nothing was wrong.
Unfortunately, we can't see his
Oh, I don't
face
know
in
it.
this one, but you can't see which way he's looking like we could on the 411 thing. Unfortunately,
Maybe these guys that got me
he does look like he's looking this way though, and he's thinking.
were not human. Maybe they were androids.
So this.
that's a
So
problem.
now this has changed the story again now, right? He's sort of coming up
How
with
is he
new
changing
theories.
the story? He's thought about his story for years and then looked at it carefully and thought maybe they weren't aliens, maybe they were androids, they were acting weird.
Well, I said they might be bio-robotics as well, didn't I? So, but
Yeah, maybe he's just looking at it from a different perspective and he's like, now that I think of it, they sort of look like androids, not like aliens, like alien androids.
well, that's what I said about the hands. It does sound like something like that, doesn't it?
Possibility.
I don't think he's
definitely.
changing
Yes,
the
that's a
story. I just think
possibility,
he's
absolutely.
looking at
Yes.
it at a different
Well,
angle.
he is sort of embellishing the story by changing it a wee bit there from the original that we read. So, but it's not a new factor, really. Is what you're saying.
It doesn't matter if there was aliens or alien androids or androids with alien spirits in them. There were still aliens.
You could always say more memories come to mind over the years as well, but then everybody's always going to be skeptical. You're never going to make a skeptic believe this story. I don't think, anyway.
Yes.
They did not walk. They floated wherever they went.
Okay, we didn't hear that before, did we? Or was it when I went to the toilet? Because I didn't actually listen to all of it. But yeah, he's saying they didn't walk, they floated. Again, that sounds like the Pascagoula case. Where did that happen? After this one, didn't it? So maybe he's seen that one and added to it. Maybe, who knows?
It's called walking without you moving your legs, using psychokinetic power to walk.
Incident.
You can use psychokinetic power to walk. You don't need to move your legs.
Yeah, but that wasn't an original thing, though. What year was that? 1973, so that was before his one. There you go. So let's keep on going.
Floated across the ground.
See, that's another thing you could say. You could say the Pascagoula one is what he's based it on, plus a few other sci-fis, It's a difficult case.
I'll be darned.
But I can't explain that. Can't really explain.
What purpose has he got? What purpose has he got to do that?
I don't know. Maybe he thought, like I said, maybe he thought he was going to get a big movie deal, make millions out of it, so he didn't have to keep on working. Maybe that didn't happen.
He would have done that already then.
And once you're told a lie, you stick with it, right? Unless you're exposed, right? Like Tyler Klockner.
Ask Corey Good.
Yeah, well, there's another one. It's still trying to stick with the story, right? But
you're never going to find an alien story that's not sci-fi.
But like I said, the way he interviews is very credible, and other experts have looked into the case, and they said that he's telling the truth as far as he's concerned. So
these beings that I've seen up there might belong there. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Now, another thing that we just talked about off the air, which we all find fascinating, is that you still have a telepathic connection with Osso.
So I don't remember anything talked about the telepathic connection in that article. Did I miss it while I was in the toilet or something? But he was saying that they were talking to him in his own language.
You can still speak to him.
Yeah, I do every once in a while.
Okay, now the body language here is a wee bit suspect to me on that question, right? Look, he's looking over this side now. He doesn't seem too sure on that on answering that one.
Anything interesting to say? What does he talk about with you?
Well, he's covering his eyes.
Let me get my breath back here.
Okay.
About 2 weeks ago, I told him.
See, that's another thing. Stroking a dog during an interview, that's like a stress release, right? Yeah, I just don't know. On the 411 interview, he looked credible. On this one, he's a wee bit suspect again. So, I don't know.
Some rain. The next day...
Oh, look, he's looking left now, but
3 inches.
He's on the phone as well.
Oh, my goodness.
The day after that, we got...
So who's filming him if he's on the phone? That's kind of a strange way to do things. Is someone got a tablet? His wife's filming him while he's on the phone? That's kind of a weird setup. Anyway.
Oh my God.
Told him to shut it off.
Oh my goodness. So
Incredible.
he is kind of like
There's a
good
Dijon,
friend if
isn't
he
it?
does
Dijon dog.
something like that for you. I think he likes you.
Could be.
That's
And I can
amazing.
ask him. I can ask him questions like, "How long will you live?"
And what's his
And-
answer?
He'll tell me. How long?
I don't know. I just this changes it a bit for me now because I never watched this interview.
You can,
You mean you can ask him like how long I would live and he would know? Is that what you're saying?
yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
And what's the answer?
My husband wants to know so he can buy the insurance policy. Buy the big one.
That
It
would,
is funny.
that would be neat, wouldn't it? But
For Kim, not for her.
I asked him about,
Well, GUFON knows when he's going to die. Maybe we should all get together and buy an insurance policy on him, and we all get rich. In what's it, 15 years' time, is it?
one of my wife's policies, and he had cancer.
Oh.
And I asked him, "Is he going to be okay?"
So the alien
back
had
and said-
cancer.
"Yeah, he'll be home in a month or so, and he'll be fine."
Yeah, did I miss something there? Let's just go back. Who had cancer?
I don't know.
Oh my goodness. So he
Incredible.
is kind of like a good friend if he does something like that for you. I think he likes you.
Could be.
She talking about the dog or the alien?
That's
And I
amazing.
can ask him questions like, "How long will you live?"
And what's
I
his
think
answer?
this. We
He
know
had
what the answer
cancer.
is.
Oh.
I just want to get to that bit, but I can't seem to get there.
You can,
You mean you can ask
He
him like
doesn't
how
say.
long I would live and he would know? Is that what you're
Maybe
saying?
he's talking about the
Yeah.
dog got cancer.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing, isn't it?
My husband wants to know so he can buy the insurance policy.
I don't know. I'm reading the
big one.
subtitles and I don't know.
That would be neat, wouldn't it? But
For Kim, not for her.
I asked him about one of my wife's policies,
Hey?
and
One of my wife's policies.
he had cancer.
Oh.
And I asked
Aliens have
He doesn't
him, "Is he
cancer?
going to
say.
be okay?" He come back and
He
said,
doesn't say.
"Yeah, he'll be home in a
He says
month
he
or
had
so,
cancer. Who?
and he'll be fine."
Well, it can't be the dog because the dog can't talk to him. So, a mate alien.
He come back, he was fine. He died of a heart attack,
Oh,
heaven's
not
sakes.
cancer.
oh my goodness. Incredible.
Mm.
I'm amazed at this. Aren't you, PK? This is
I'm just
The
stunned.
first-
Yeah.
this is the first time I've heard this
I don't even
type
know who he's
of,
talking about.
Yeah, we'd have to get him on our
I've
own
read it twice
interview.
now. I've read it twice now. I don't know who he's talking about.
Well, because that's such a bad interview, right? It's sort of, you said you had telephonic communication with the alien. I think that's what he's talking about. And he died from a heart attack. So obviously he's not a bio robot like you were saying before. So what's going on there? This is all confusing, really is.
An interaction, this kind of friendship, where you're able to communicate with somebody from another galaxy. I think he's from another galaxy. Who knows? But
I think so. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's just there's a
2,000
really
galaxies
touching
that way.
thing about this relationship.
Yeah,
you
not
have
too
with
far
him.
away.
This is the first I've heard of it. Yeah, and
Carl-
it's really a blessing. Go ahead.
Definitely.
And
What
may
other
I say
questions?
something?
Oh, please do.
Yes, go ahead, Marjorie.
We also have a certificate from the psychiatrist that says he does not have any mental illnesses.
Well, I would not think so. He's too bright.
Yes, and too grounded. I mean,
That's
really.
right.
You're both
Definitely.
very down to earth people. I mean, you're
Terrible interviewers, aren't they? They're putting their own opinions and just asking a question and just waiting for the answer.
very down to earth and very methodical, about how you go about things.
Mhm.
So, it's just, again, an amazing
He's got a runny nose.
experience that took you out of this reality into another. But I'm so impressed with your friendship with Also One, and I think,
But didn't he die of a heart attack? Isn't that what he's saying?
and again, it really says something about who you both are
He's got the
as
magic
people.
bullet.
That you are taken more or
I'll
less
catch up
under
with
the
the
psychologists
wing
in a
of
minute.
these advanced beings. They must have respect for you, which is unusual. I mean, because we
Yes.
must be like ants to
The
them,
magic
you
bullet.
know? But here's this friendship that you've developed. I'm just,
I don't know, guys. So, past the event, now he's saying he's in communication. He's got magic powers that he can communicate with aliens. I think Gabber's dropped off again. But yeah, while we're there, what is these guys saying down the side? Whoops, hit the wrong button. Where did we get to? Snipes is back, or was he always there? 18 Wills, he's cool. You're not a bullet expert. Gabber, that's right.
You're talking about bullets, and you're like, I can't tell why it looks different. And I'm like, well, you're not a bullet expert. How can you talk about the bullet?
What are you talking about? The difference between modern rounds and old rounds?
You can't compare modern rounds to old rounds. You have to compare an old round to that old round. Because new rounds are different. They're built differently. They've got different copper jackets, different inner cores.
But we just looked at it before, and it didn't look that way. Apart from one had it look like a lead thing instead of a pointy.
So what's the point of comparing a bullet that's been built for 50 years later? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm saying the one on Mission 411, could it be any other bullet that looks very similar to the rifle bullet that he used, right? And it's not actually the real bullet that he's showing.
The police said, the gunsmith experts said they've never seen a bullet do that before.
Yeah, but
police see a lot of bullets.
on Pilatus movie, it had no sort of like the old-fashioned documents had. It didn't have people's names on it and dates and times on it and the old font and all that sort of stuff. It had no, it could easily be just a stock image that he used, right? That's what I'm saying.
The bullet experts said they've never seen a bullet like that ever.
Yeah, but which one are they looking at? That's what I'm saying. Are they looking at the one that's peeled back? Because there's plenty of examples online.
The bullet hit a force field and like split, and then the casing ripped around the bullet, and like they've never seen it before. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but that's not what we saw in the image, though, was it?
Doesn't prove anything. It's just
no,
the bullet hit a force field.
The bullet needs more hard evidence, really, into what we've found online and on the movie, because there's something not right with that whole thing. Of course, it could have been swapped, by the FBI or the Men in Black. Who knows? Because a lot of people handled it, right? The whole genre is sci-fi. It's a good story, though, you must admit. I reckon it should be made into a movie, just into a sci-fi, because it's actually a good story. You don't ask that question. What's that? You don't ask
When
that
someone
question?
dies. When is someone going to die?
Oh, right, yeah, that's true. And now I understand what you mean. Yep, you're talking to me.
Look at the blue chicken. Blue chicken icon.
That's the funny thing in this house, because everybody's deaf, right? The parents are deaf, and then you always get, "Are you talking to me?" We've got a New Zealand TV ad at the moment from Telecom that's playing that clip from the movie. I can't remember where it was from, but yeah, you talking to me? What was that one? I mean, the question about someone dies. Okay, justify it. Let's see, where do we get to? Oh, sorry, my bad. That's kind of crappy, wanting to know when someone wants to die. Yeah, true. It's really bad omen. This seems like a filler interview. Ask a question, he talk, and then interview rambles on about other things. That's right. That's right. They're meant to be the paranormal couple or something. These two paranormal ladies or something.
My heart is full of love. I mean, I just feel so amazed at this experience this way.
It's got a terrible
incredible.
nose.
It's just an incredible experience.
Get a rag.
Have you been have you been told anything to enhance your personal life?
No.
So it's
Oh yeah,
strictly
it's got a rag
on.
finally.
That makes good sense. Also.
A tissue.
Yeah.
Oh,
Exactly.
my Jarboin's clicking. I've been here too long. Oh.
You can't.
I can ask for help, but it don't do any good. I can't change anything
Okay.
here on Earth.
Okay.
So they can't send him a load of bucket of gold and gems to change his life. You know, it doesn't sort of add up to me. You know, they could help him out financially for sure by dropping off some gold. Must be tons of it, all in those galaxies they can visit. Asteroids, made deep inside stars and exploding out. But
isn't there like a cosmic law? They're not supposed to interfere with the developing species, so they can't.
But they
just
cured
drop
him of
gold off to someone
TB.
to
They
make him
cured
rich.
him of TB.
Ah, they helped him of some. So
Yeah, so you know, there's a lot of
millions of
contradictions
people being
going on.
Can you be told
abducted
something
in
that's going to take
genetic
place?
experiments.
Do what?
I didn't catch that after the
I said,
Gotta
can
run
he
out
be
time,
told
aren't we?
anything that may take place? Something that's coming in the
This is
future.
almost like Billy Meyer, isn't it?
They probably could, yeah. I
I wish
just
that was a better image so we can
I don't
actually
look
see
to the
his
future.
face. Let's see if I can get him
I'm
bigger.
down
I'll probably get
downstairs.
copyright claim.
They're crap
Strictly one day at a
interviewers.
time. That's
They are.
nothing
That's
wrong
what I
with
said.
that.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
sometimes a
right.
little bit of knowledge is too much.
That's right. Now, Marjorie, have you ever had any
So has he got a flu there? They haven't asked him. Oh, you seem to have a really runny nose. Have you got a cold? Maybe they did before they clipped it here. I don't know.
dealings with Also One?
Only when we've gone out and the different things that I have seen since it has happened.
So you've seen lights in the sky.
Well,
You-
I'd be sleeping at night and wake up, say we gotta go. So where
It
we
reminds
going?
me of the Cooper astronaut. He was like this. He was really hard to follow.
Can't read the subtitles
South.
now.
So we went
Yeah, I was
out
trying to see
south
his body
and
language.
we were supposed to sit on this hill, and
You can't
We
tell
sat
the body
there
language because the lighting's
for about
wrong,
15 minutes,
shadows
and we
everywhere,
drove down.
pixelated.
We got that back down on the main road. This,
So we can't see where his
looked like
eyes are
an ice cream
going on
cone
this.
upside down,
You're not gonna see.
shot from something about
I can't even
what's
understand
happening?
what he's
150 to
saying. No
200
subtitles.
feet in the air.
You
And
can
then
move
we
the
smelt,
subtitles up. You can move the
horrible,
subtitles up. You know,
I don't know,
drag the
can see this.
subtitles up and
or
zoom in.
Yeah.
I can see the
and
subtitles.
sulfur light.
Yeah, but you can drag that subtitle button. There's a button.
Yeah. You're talking over the interview
drags.
here, though. Okay, I think we've probably played enough of it anyway. I'll probably get a bloody claim on it. I'll give you a link and you can listen to it
Claim
properly.
from who? You stole that video from somebody else. No one's going to claim you on
Off
it.
these idiots here, but it's so poor quality it probably
They're
doesn't
not
get
going to do it.
recognised.
They stole it off somebody else. It's not their video.
Interview. It's not as good as Pallades one, but this one's a bit more suspect to me.
He
We
like
should watch-
where Snipe says he's like Gordon Cooper.
That's what I said. Cooper, the astronaut, got the same sort of Harry is slow to reply and all that. Anyway, you got it there to watch. So yeah, X-rays. So I found this thing on lie detectors. We know from Phil Glass. Ooh, Phil Glass, debunker, skeptic. But he does make a good point in this article here about lie detector tests and how it is applied to other people as examples. So yeah, talking about some other person being analysed here. Stress evaluator. So I was going to look at that, but I think we ain't got time to go through all that. Yeah, I know. I'm going to need another half an hour. Yeah, I can eat it later. Talking about Walton's story here. Let's see. But yeah, you just we need to read it properly though. There's only 8 pages, but you can see there's a lot of reading there. Centre for Inquiry. Phil Glass. No one likes the guy, but yeah. Some of his stuff is credible and shouldn't be discounted. What he's talking about, the lie detector tests there, how you can't trust them, is quite valid. Onto the X-rays. So yeah, as you know, there was some typos in the guy's name, but it looks like he also got mentioned here on Martin Willis' show, and his first name is Russ there, not Rustico as we see here. So he changed it to just Russ with double S. So maybe that's why we didn't manage to find too much on him, because maybe he uses Russ as his main name now. So what did it say here? Back in the days before aliens took on the form of the standardized grey model, they came in all shapes and sizes. So why aren't they still coming in different shapes and sizes then? Ufologists called them humanoids. And there was a wave of them in France. Yep, we heard about those through Robert. In 1995, they started popping up in the United States. How dare them? Worldwide, many ufologists who were trying to convince the scientific community that the mystery was worth studying tended to reject humanoid reports. Some such as Coral and Jim. So if they come here and collected some species for food, why into the food on their own planet? So there's lot more stuff we need to know really from this guy. And if he's in communication with Aussie One, also One, You could ask those questions. But always in doubt of people that can communicate with aliens. That's straight a big red flag for me. I don't know about you guys. Unless it happens to me, and then I say, "Oh no, now I actually understand." But so far that hasn't happened.
Oh, now he changes his mind if it happens to him.
If it happens to me, then I got solid evidence that it's possible, right? But it hasn't happened to me. I have not had any communication back.
Just because it hasn't happened to you doesn't mean it can't happen to other people.
Well, it probably will happen now. I'm talking about. They're probably listening.
You know the Greeks invented mental telepathy. Telepathy is a Greek word to talk with the mind.
Yeah, but who did they talk to? God, or the gods? Was it?
I don't know what rabbit holes you're going into now.
So how did they use what did they use their mind communication with? That's what I'm saying. The gods, obviously.
The Greeks invented mental telepathy. The word telepathy is a Greek word. It was like an art form in ancient Greece. Instead of talking, they just talked with their mind. It was much quicker and quicker. It was quicker, faster, and used less energy than having to move your mouth and make words.
Have you got
the ancient Greeks used mental telepathy, and all the reports.
Yeah, where's the proof?
Talk to aliens. Or everyone that says that they've met aliens, they talk to them. The aliens don't talk. They don't move their mouth. They talk with their mind.
So the Greeks talk to aliens. Is that what you're saying?
How do you get that?
Well, if they're talking to aliens,
I'm just saying it's thousands of years old art form that was invented by the Greeks.
Art form.
So
it's not actually scientific.
Why wouldn't aliens be using it if it's a much more efficient use of energy to communicate with?
I call hotwash. I haven't seen any evidence of that even today.
So you're telling me the Greeks never invented mental telepathy? You're saying the Greeks never invented telepathic communication? You're saying it's hogwash? We're talking Greek history here. We're talking Greek history. This is in history books. You look it up.
Well, they say beware of Greeks bearing gifts. So, yeah.
I'm just talking facts here. The Greeks invented telepathic communication.
I don't know if they invented it. They just talked about it.
People that have telepathic communication with aliens. But the Greeks used to do it thousands of years ago.
They meditated and talked to their gods, is what you're saying, I think. Not aliens.
No, you're in fantasy land right now. I don't know what you're on about.
You're saying that the Greeks walked around and nodded at each other while talking by their brains and saying, "G'day, mate."
They did. They invented telepathic communication.
Bullshit. That's a nice story. Fable. Anyway.
So why the hell is telepathy a Greek word? It's because they invented it.
No, they just talked about it. They don't. You can't invent.
Because the
sheep
didn't give me a hug this morning. I didn't get a hug from the sheep this morning, so I'm not going to agree with anything.
Yeah. Well, you go and do your probing. Anyway, lung scarring symptoms and causes. These are some things whether we could explain the lung thing or not. So it says here scars on lung tissue caused it to thicken. Why does it keep scrolling down? I'm not doing that. It's that bloody browser thing. Wants to take control. Or there's some sort of code on there. Yeah, it's got some damn code on there. Well, I'll roll it down. Will it go back? No, it's not going to do it this time. Scars on the lung tissue.
Thousands of people say they talked to the aliens with their mind telepathically. Thousands of people have reported this when being abducted with aliens.
Well, they can say it, but they can't prove it. But if Greeks could talk to each other, why can't they do it today? Can we stick two Greeks in different rooms and have one look at a picture and the other one can describe it all completely in detail, or words on a page? No. I think a lot of people have tried those experiments, haven't they? But it's always not been accurate. So, they're saying here it causes it to thicken, a scar on the lung, and lose the
telepathic abilities.
We're past the telepathic stuff now.
They work with your psychic senses, and we've been genetically modified by the lizard people to not have psychic powers, so that we're good little slaves. So that's why it doesn't work today. It's the lizard people's fault for genetically dumbing us down.
I think Dr. Sulla, he lives in Australia. I think he's been doing some anal probing on the mountaintop there.
Yeah. There's nothing bad about a good anal probing on top of the mountaintop.
What was that? What's that? The one of the two cowboys. Something mountain, Brokeback Mountain. In your case, it's I don't know. What's your mountain called? Anyway, let's keep on. So saying here the scar tissues cause it to thicken.
I don't even know what this mountain's called.
Doctors can't call this pulmonary fibrosis. So it sounds like the permanent scars. It's fighting me. Result from illness or medical treatment, and they are permanent, so you can't get rid of those scars on your lung, right? Small stars may cause noticeable symptoms, but extensive scarring can make it hard for a person to breathe. It can affect the transfer of oxygen. Okay, so you can't get rid of them. And it goes on to other.
Scientists prove that telepathic communication is within reach. In a recent experiment, 2014, Smithsonian Magazine.
You mean with Elon Musk?
InsideScience.org. Now, I don't want to alarm anyone, but telepathy, the act of transferring thoughts into someone else's head, is now real.
Yeah, you're talking about Elon Musk's anal probe project, where that connects into your brain.
I'm sorry, your theories just went straight out the window there. Like, all you have to do is Google it, man. Google it. Google has all the answers. Google it.
They're talking about human to machine brace interface.
Science is explaining it.
Yeah, I don't know what site you're reading it from.
Science is explaining it as real with
You can do it with a machine interface, and where they're trying to understand images from your brain, brain. They can image it on a computer screen. Science has been proving
it since 2014, like 9 years ago.
And they didn't put it on Ghostbusters, the movie.
What do you care about Ghostbusters for?
Maybe he was doing the what do you call it, special wavy cards, and the guy was getting it correct, and he was saying nope, wrong, and so he was sapping him while staring at the hot chick, the college chick instead. And she was doing it also in simultaneous, wasn't it? And she was getting it wrong, and he was saying correct. What's his name? Eddie Murphy.
The history of telepathy goes back to the ancient Egyptians and the Greeks.
Yeah, I think you don't understand. We're past the telepathic communication stuff.
But you were saying it doesn't exist. It's thousands of years old. The Egyptians did it. The Greeks did it. You're like, this doesn't exist. It's not possible. We got science experiments from 9 years ago saying it's possible. It works.
Weasley Snipes. When it happens to you, it's real. Trying to convince anyone else. Yep. It's like seeing an apparition, right? You find it a wee bit hard to believe until it happens to you. Anyway, what was this one? I can't remember what I was reading on these ones, but it's about X-rays. Let's have a look. Can a radiologist be sued for negligence? So I think maybe this was some stats on x-rays. Yes, do you know how often they are wrong? Believe it or not, the error rate for radiologists is 4%. And on average there are 1 billion radiology exams each year. That's quite a lot, isn't it? 4% of 1 billion. What's that work out? Come on, who's doing the maths? What's that? 400,000? No, it can't be that much. Oh yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? 400,000. That's quite a lot of errors. Or was it 1 billion? 4 billion. Hang on. My brain's gone now, guys, for the maths. What? That's just so this. So is it possible that errors happened with the X-ray of his lungs? Like, did they mix up someone else's results? This is why it needs to be redone, and it should have been done live, maybe on Missing 411, and it would just put a nail in the head and say, well, this guy's got to be telling the truth, because our technology can't cure that, so it had to be supernatural. Right, okay, so what's 4%? What's that, 4 million? 4% of 1 billion. Oh god, I can't type. Looks like I got it right. Is that 4 million? Oh, it's more than that. 40 million. One zero off. There you go. This is why we use Google. Well, that's quite a lot. 40 million errors. Was that in a year? Was that a year? Forgot now. Alright, they even say down here. I sort of just kept on reading. So that verifies it. Stupid me. Radiation exams. But was it a year? Let's see. Where does it say? Each year. 40 million errors each year. As you probably know, doctors orders imaging to help deliver a correct diagnosis.
You're still more likely to die from medical error than from COVID.
Where does it say that?
Go and look at death records. How many people die from medical error? It's like 5 times, 6 times more than the COVID deaths.
Yeah. You're not meant to say that on the air, though. Shh. Google's listening. It's not their speciality, is it? Doctors and radios work hard in hand-to-hand decipher. Okay, so doctors are not trained to look at x-rays. Like your doctor, radiologists also have a responsibility to do their job well. Yep. But you don't hear anyone being outed on the TV news. Oh, this radiologist got 40,000 exams wrong in his lifetime. And resulted in 1,000 people's deaths or whatever. So what we got here, myth 1, radiation is part of all scanning technology. Well, we know that's not true because the MRI uses magnetic resonance. Myth 2, diagnostic imaging releases harmful radiation. Well, only x-rays do, I guess. X-rays are outdated. No, they still do it today because I had mine done with x-rays. And the dentist has doesn't use film now. How do they do it now? But they put some sort of card in your mouth and they put the x-rays in and the card detects the x-rays and it comes out instantly on the computer. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the whole process because normally you're sitting in a chair. Most common mistakes make: reading a CT, MRI or scan. What else we got? So you can see how overexposed it can get, and how it could be hard to read it. So that makes perfect sense there. But obviously, other mistakes happen in the process, like the films get mixed up between patients. What happens when your radius is wrong? Get a second opinion. It's always best to get a second opinion, isn't it? If it's serious. Anyway, that's what I read on that page there. Practicing law. I suppose we could post it down the side link if you want to read all that. Law, X-rays. So yeah, that's quite a lot of errors. I was quite shocked when I read that. Yeah, I just have to zoom in on the other screen while I do it. Snipes' brains have probably changed a lot from ancient times. We have a believer. Snipes. I thought you were a skeptic. Okay, let's close it down. Maybe they had some special gadget they used to clip around their heads, amplify the brain signals. That's what I'm saying is what they're trying to do now. Say cheese. Photos may avert X-ray mix-ups. So here we go. Study finds. So they do mix them up. There's another one I found. Although it's relatively rare, mix-up of patients' X-rays can lead to dire consequences. One way to get round the problem of such wrong. So this is actually quite a modern thing, 2013, so it's way after the 70s, and it still happens, right? Errors to take a photo of the patient's face at the same time. So they're saying include a person's face with the X-ray. That makes perfect sense. So that would certainly stop the most errors, wouldn't it? And of course, that's what we need on his X-rays. We need to see his face, and we can say, "Oh yeah, that's definitely him there and him there." So, so how many get swapped? Well, there may seem like a small number of companies like Motorola aim to have no more than one chip in a million valves. So what they're talking about there. No one knows exactly how many times patients are matched with the wrong X-rays each year. So no one knows. Maybe because they don't want to document it and get sued, maybe. Conducted a joint study in Georgia of technology, but it's estimated that these kinds of identification errors occur 1 out of 10,000. So even though his doctor might be credible, he may receive the wrong X-ray of another patient and think his lung had repaired. So that's another possibility. That's why, again, I keep saying we need a new X-ray done. And I wasn't sure whether that looked like a new one on the missing 411. Because there's no date stamps on it and stuff, you know. But yeah, I'm just putting this in for balance of this case, right? X-ray mix-ups. Because I don't think anyone's done that sort of stuff other than me. Everyone's talked about the case and all that on their shows, but haven't questioned any of it at all. And whether it's got problems or whatever. So that's on ABC News, that article. So I think we got there in the end. What we got here at the moment. Another thing. What was that talking about? Yeah, that was talking about how X-rays have changed over since the 70s and got safer and all that sort of stuff. I think So let's just have a read of it. Optimization in X-ray imaging in order to reduce patient doses during diagnostic X-ray. So in 2003, so it's not that old, in Kansas Department of Radiation Protection Center organized inspections of filming process. So it's talking about the film. Laboratories and 11 healthcare institutes and outpatients. And what's it saying here? Problems of non-compliance with requirements identified during these inspections are discussed in the paper. Most of the healthcare institutions inspected already had quality assurance programs. However, the implementation of these programs was sometimes erratic because of the insufficient attention paid to the film development process. The worst situation was found in 4 institutions, and we're talking about modern times here. So what happened in the past, where the films were developed manually. Only 3 of the 11 departments inspected had seismometers, sensitometers, and densitometers for quality control. Probably have to look up those words to find out what they really mean. Obviously, it's to do with film processing. In many cases, there was no control of chemicals, film sensitivity, and density, or else control were irregular in any few departments where effects of repeated controls investigated. Defects, I guess. So there you go. So even in modern times, errors occur in the film processing. So what does that mean? It means that sometimes you can't trust the image you're looking at, I guess. Maybe there might be blotches on it that are not really there, I guess, but could some also disappear? I guess it could do the opposite. So again, I keep saying we need it to be redone on a proper lab and recorded properly and made into a documentary. We need someone like Proof is out there to go and do all that and bring it to the screen, or something like that. Someone that's got the funding to do that and actually prove the case for once and for all, right? But anyway, film processing. Gabber's gone quiet. Who's being anal probed right now? He'll pop on in a minute. Aussie 1. We call him Aussie 1. Gabber Aussie 1. I think he might be eating and gaming at the same time. So what do we got here? Another one. Another report I found. This one was on kidney stones. So the kidney stones disappearing is not a mystery. It says here, kidney stones are mineral deposits that lodge in your kidneys or uterus. No, not uterus. No matter what they are made of, calcium oxalate, phosphate, or other minerals. Kidney stones can be painful. Yeah, my sister had them. Bigger stones tend to cause more pain. Well, that makes more sense, and more symptoms. But even small kidney stones can be excruciating until they pass or a urologist removes them. So they're saying here they pass naturally over time. a caring and knowledgeable urologist diagnoses and treats kidney stones. I think they do it with ultrasonics, don't they? Put you in a tub of water. If you stay hydrated by drinking sufficient water throughout the day, based on how much you exercise and sweat, you can prevent kidney stones from developing in the first place. So you got to drink lots of water, guys. Drink at least 8 to 10 ounces glasses of water. I'm not sure how much that is. So in American, is that 2 litres? Oh, that's quite a lot. Not sure if I drink 2 litres every day. If you already have 1 or more small kidney stones that cause symptoms, I was a bit questioning about that on my lower back pain that started happening not that long ago. Water can also be a type of first aid to dissolve and pass them. So yeah, kidney stones disappearing. Again, the doctor said he has disappeared. Well, there's no mystery there. So that one can be written off. So it's not solid proof. Only the TB scars, and then we see that there's possible errors in X-rays. So the only way, again, is to interview the guy and do it properly on a TV show and get him re-investigated and then put it to bed. Because we've come a long way since 1974. And maybe they have done some new X-rays and it's not too clear about that missing 411, if that was his or stock images, and when they were taken. But is he telling the truth? Now I've gone through all. I'm back to sticking in the middle and saying I don't really know. It's possible, but why would he lie and what did he get out of it is the other question. Or did he lie and has to stick with it now because he would look stupid? But he's written a book now, so he's got to stick with it anyway. Now if the book won't sell, if it comes out saying it was all bunk. So yeah, I think we've sort of finished with it. And until more information comes along, I suppose we leave it there. Who knows, someone actually might re-investigate this, like I say, and prove it. But if he doesn't want to do that, right, then people will say, well, that's kind of suspect. He doesn't want to prove it once and for all. So yeah, one of the best UFO cases. Yeah, Pascagoula one still is better because we got a lot of good evidence there of the hidden tape recordings. So yeah, so we'll leave it there, I guess. Gabber disappeared. He went quiet. I don't know if he's realizes he's quiet. Maybe he's muted his microphone. But we'll drop him off. And now he knows. I think he might have stepped away. Maybe got a phone call. And I'll say good night, guys. That was a long one. And maybe we should do a poll. Bit late now though. Who believes the story? Who's still in between? But yeah, just find anything new, post it in the comments, or get on Discord, post it to me. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's really up to you what your opinion is after we've gone through all that now. And I'll just say good night. And run it down and go and get some dinner. And I feel a bit sore, so I've been here too long. And I sort of slipped off the side here on the headrest. I'm going to have to re-fix that, I think. Again. Good night all. See you next live, hopefully. We didn't have too many joiners today. The Sunday is a really strange day. I'm not sure. My Sunday, your Saturday is always a bad day for some reason. Is it like gaming or lots of other live shows on, or something on TV? I don't know. What can be better than watching the Out There channel? Proof is out there, is it? Anyway, catch you later, guys. End. I almost pushed the wrong button then. And Gabber with his PK telepathic communications. Blue Chicken, you still here? Do you believe it? In between? Or super skeptical? You can say before we run off, you can type it in the side. Ah, the boxing. I suppose that would affect America. Oh well, I'm pretty sure people will watch it offline in their own time. We have covered this one before as well with Robert, but we never went into super detail like we have done. Yep, I better get the thing ready. You on the fence as well? Robert Farmer, I think, believes in it. I said to him, don't you have any questions about it though? Oop, I gotta get that thing up. Good night, guys.